Pero ella danza, Mari.
Good morning, everyone, those in the room as well as those online. We will soon start the event in about the next 5 minutes. Please bear with us for a few moments to wait for those that are still coming along the corridor. Thank you.
One, two, three. One, two, three. One, two, three.
Good morning once again, everyone. We are now starting the event. I hope that everyone, both in the room and those connected online, can hear us very well. My name is Motsumi Malechani. I work in the Secretariat, in the Adaptation Division of the Secretariat, and I'm the team lead for the unit of the Secretariat that supports the work on national adaptation plans, as well as the support to the least developed countries expert group. I have the privilege to be moderating this first session of the event, which is the opening, whereby we will start first with a set of welcoming remarks from the SBI chair, as well as from the chair of the least developed countries expert group, the secretariat, and the incoming presidency for the COP. So without further ado, we will make announcements in terms of how we interact and engage in the event as we move along. But I do hope that everybody has the link and all the information that's essential. Otherwise, if you have any challenges, you know how to get in touch with us at any time. So without further ado, I have the privilege to request on the screen that we play a message from the SBI chair that is welcoming us in this important event. So our technical team, if I may ask for your help to play the message from the SBI chair. Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you for joining this consultation on the updated technical guidelines for the National Adaptation Plan process. Thank you for making the time for this important session. Your ongoing commitment to strengthening adaptation planning and action is crucial. Your presence today highlights our collective understanding of the urgent need to address the escalating impacts of climate change. Around the world, communities are already experiencing increasing temperatures and shifting seasons. Intensifying extreme weather and slow onset events are jeopardising lives, livelihoods and ecosystems. The longer we delay adaptation, the more difficult and costly it becomes. Adaptation is not optional, it is essential to safeguarding our shared future. Parties have acknowledged that adaptation must be country-driven, gender-responsive, participatory and fully transparent. It must consider the most vulnerable groups, communities and ecosystems. And it must be based on and guided by the best available science, Indigenous peoples' wisdom, traditional local knowledge systems as appropriate. Adaptation must be integrated into broader socio-economic and environmental policies, strategies and actions. At the heart of our collective adaptation efforts are National Adaptation Plans, or NAPs as we well know them. NAPs are not just country-specific plans, they're foundational to raising adaptation ambition and achieving meaningful long-term resilience. They provide frameworks for countries, especially developing countries, to identify, address and manage medium and long-term adaptation needs. Since their inception, NAPs have helped guide and organise national efforts to reduce vulnerability and build adaptive capacity. The most recent IPCC findings and the outcomes of the first global stocktake underline the need to redouble our efforts on adaptation as well as mitigation. As we transition towards the second global stocktake, we must accelerate our efforts, close gaps and support full implementation of the global goal on adaptation and its key targets. It is timely to recall the mandate from Decision 1 CMA5 adopted at COP28, which called on all parties to have NAPs in place by 2025 and to have progressed in implementing them by 2030. These are important global commitments. They serve not only as deadlines, but as rallying points to drive national planning and mobilise support to translate NAPs into action. The updated NAP technical guidelines presented here today will be essential in helping parties meet this call. They reflect years of experience, the evolution of scientific and technical knowledge, and the lessons learned by countries at all stages of the adaptation journey. The updated guidelines will help transform NAPs into strategic, ambitious and implementable plans that can attract and mobilise funding from a wide variety of sources. Aligned with the vision of NAP 3.0, these updated guidelines are designed to help countries formulate robust plans and to implement them, to move from strategy to on-ground action that is scalable, impactful and sustainable. NAPs are important channels through which the global goal on adaptation will be achieved. NAPs help identify and prioritise needs and lay foundations for aligning adaptation planning with national development goals. In this transitional period towards the second global stocktake, their importance is even more pronounced. NAPs will help us collectively assess progress, close gaps and ensure adaptation is as ambitious as it is effective. Let me take this opportunity to thank the LDC expert group for its excellent work in updating these technical guidelines. As mandated by the CMA, the LEG has refined the guidelines to reflect the latest developments and tailored them to the needs of the most vulnerable countries. I'd also like to thank the many experts and contributors who met in Bonn in March 2025 to review the updated guidelines. Their input was invaluable in ensuring the updated guidelines are practical, inclusive and forward-looking. I urge all parties to use this updated guidance, review it carefully, implement it meaningfully and apply it comprehensively in your NAP processes. Let us work together to ensure that NAPs not only respond to the urgency of climate change, but also catalyse real transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for acknowledging those good words from the SBI Chair. Indeed, the LDC expert group, or the LEG, is mandated to report to the subsidiary body for implementation in undertaking its work, and it's an honor to have the chair of the subsidiary body for implementation as well, showing her strong message in terms of the centrality of the national adaptation plans, but as well as how they connect all the way to the, as we now face the second global stock take, but also importantly the decision we have from the first global stock take on parties to have their national adaptation plans as soon as possible. I now have the honor to invite Mr. Paul Disanka, the manager of the division that looks after national adaptation plans in the UNFCCC Secretariat, to give his remarks. Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mutsomi, and good morning, colleagues. Ms. Ana Paula from the incoming COP30 presidency, Ms. Julia Gardner, the chair of the SBI, Ambassador Dao, the chair of the LEG, distinguished officials from our host country here in Panama, LEG members and representatives of parties, observers, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to represent the Secretariat in our work as we support the work of the LDC expert group. Proud to say that I've been part of this process since the very beginning in 2001 in different capacities. So I'm very glad that the chair of the SBI pointed to the learning and the evolution of adaptation under the convention and the great experience in this journey to where we are now. We have indeed made a lot of progress from the beginnings of the support to the LDCs in 2001 with the launch of the NAPAs, the National Adaptation Programs of Action, along with a dedicated fund to support them, the LDC fund that's managed by the JEF. As well as the establishment of the LEG itself. And I'm proud to have served in the first 6 years of this important group, as part of the LDC work program under the convention in those days. So the LDCs have actually piloted addressing adaptation under the convention and now under the Paris Agreement. So we have built a lot of experience over the last 23, 24 years in how to involve stakeholders in deciding what's important for them and then communicating that. Initially, the urgent and immediate needs under the NAPAs are getting support, so they have a lot of experience in how to navigate the complex world of adaptation finance and the convention funds, and also more importantly, how to implement activities at the community level. And most of the NAPAs have now been implemented with projects at the community level in all the LDCs. This, of course, transitioned into a more scaled-up approach to adaptation in Mexico under the Cancun Adaptation Framework, where the NAPs were established, more to scale up in terms of the focus of the sectors, but also how the adaptation would take a more medium and long-term approach besides just addressing the urgent and immediate needs. And the LEG was of course mandated to develop the technical guidelines, which they published in 2012. And most LDCs and other developing countries have been applying these guidelines in their work to formulate and then implement NAPs over the last 10 plus years. So we're very glad to have supported the LEG in this important work, and we look forward to seeing how the major advances in adaptation can be fully implemented and executed. You will agree with me that perhaps the since NAPS, and now the next big milestone is obviously the global goal of adaptation, and that presents a more focused approach to what should be achieved at the national level. So we're very happy to see this gradual evolution and learning in terms of how to address adaptation at scale. The SPI chair said adaptation is not an option, and I think that we should take this to heart and see how do we support the LDCs, other vulnerable countries, and everybody start to scale up adaptation implementation on the ground. And we hope that this will be fully realized by the targets set for 2030, that every country will be actively addressing their needs to adapt. As we enter this third cycle of the NAP process, I think it's important to build on all these lessons, but also take advantage of newer thinking, newer avenues for support, how to broaden that to ensure that every country, every community is accessing the support that they deserve. So we're happy to be here and look forward to supporting the leg as they embark on the next phase of this work. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Paul, for those important remarks and reminding us that indeed the experience in adaptation for the LDCs dates as back as 2001, over 2 decades ago, which actually I think gives us a very good opportunity on how we build on that experience as we move ahead. Thank you very much. I now have the honor to invite the chair of the LDC expert group, the Least Developed Countries Expert Group, which is the group responsible for this important work. Our chair, Mr. Adao Suarez Barbosa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mutsumi. Ms. Ana Paula Machado, representative of the incoming COP30 presidency. Ms. Julia Garden, the chair of the SPI. Mr. Paul de Sanker, representative of the UNFC Secretariat. Distinguished officials from our host, the government of Panama, distinguished participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As the Least Developed Countries Expert Group, LEG, we are honored to have this important opportunity during Climate Week to present the updated NAP technical guidelines to parties as well as to our observers. We take seriously the trust placed in us by the parties to lead the provisions of technical support and guidance for the formulation and implementation of National Adaptation Plan, NAPS. Since the establishment of the NAP process in 2010, we have been entrusted with this responsibility, and we delivered the first NAP technical guidelines in 2012. To ensure continued relevance and to reflect the experiences of least developed countries as well as all other parties, we have consistently developed supplementary materials and complementary tools to reinforce the technical guidance and support provided under the NAP process. The NAP poster and brochure, technical papers on gender, regional synergy, support to NAPS, the peak MNE tool, and work on vulnerable communities, groups, and ecosystems, as well as on gaps and needs, are just some of the many ways we have strengthened our technical guidance. In fact, When parties at COP28, through the first global stocktake, requested us to update the NAP technical guidelines, we were already in the process of elaborating guidelines specifically focused on the NAP implementation itself. The LEG is the longest-serving expert group under the UNFCCC process, a testament to the depth of experience we bring in the areas of adaptation and also resilience. Our continuous engagement with LDCs and other parties allows us to identify priority gaps and needs and explore effective ways of addressing them. A central part of our response to the mandate to update the guidelines has been to seek input from parties, to learn from their experiences, to understand what has been worked well, and to identify what can be improved in the future. For the LDCs in particular, the provision of support is essential for progress. As you will see, this has been a key consideration in the design of the updated NAP technical guidelines. While we were not specifically mandated to facilitate stakeholder inputs into the guidelines, we have made every effort to do so, creating opportunities and leveraging all available avenues as the following. The first one, we commissioned a survey of parties to gather experiences, lessons learned, and perspectives on future implementation improvement to the guidelines. Secondly, we engage with stakeholders during our meetings and events, as well as during COP and subsidiary bodies sessions. Thirdly, we convened a meeting of party experts in March 2025 this year to gather inputs on the key concepts incorporated into the updated guidelines itself. And now we are here to present the revised guidelines and foster a shared understanding of their design and practical application. We invite you all to engage constructively in understanding the context and rationale behind of the guidelines, to consider the needed enhancements, and to share your perspective on how best to apply them for maximum impact. I look forward to insightful discussion as we work together towards a climate resilient future for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Leg Chair, for those important remarks, and indeed noting the many important opportunities that the Leg has provided to different stakeholders to make inputs into the guidelines. Thank you very much. I now have the privilege to invite our guest speaker, Ms. Ana Paula Machado, the Director of Coordination and Governance in the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of the Government of Brazil, representing the incoming COP30 presidency. Thank you very much for joining us in this important event. You'll have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the incoming COP30 presidency, it is a great pleasure to join you today for this important consultation on the updated NAP technical guidelines. Let me begin by thanking Mr. Adão Barbosa, the chair of the Least Developed Countries Expert Group, in the name of whom I congratulate the LAG on the excellent work in updating the technical guidelines. I also would like to thank the SBI chair, Ms. Julia Gardner, for her continued efforts to advance adaptation plan, and of course, Paul from the Secretariat and all the Secretariat team for giving the necessary support for this important job. Interactions like this one between parties and experts, they are fundamental for guaranteeing that the guidelines that are being updated here will be grounded on real challenges on the ground. Adaptation is a high relevance topic for all of us. While climate impacts are experienced locally, and we are seeing that it is helping strongly and with deeper effects each year, adaptation is also a global concern. No country is immune to climate crisis, and all nations must enhance their capacities to adapt. This makes today's discussions even more timely and relevant as we understand that no one should be left behind. National adaptation plans, they are not just planning documents. They are also extremely relevant in an implementation perspective. They represent a strategic process of building national capacities, enhancing resilience, and reducing vulnerabilities across sectors and communities. In Brazil, we are within a strong process of updating our national adaptation plan since 2023. We are now, as I speak, in the final stage in our process for adaptation, not only the national adaptation plan, but we have also developed 16 sectoral adaptation plans, including indigenous people, gender, transportation, and many others, because on top of the national plan, we identified the need to think about adaptation through different lens, considering the specificities of the perspectives of gender, indigenous people, infrastructure, economy, and so on. It is taking quite a long time because we have understood that stakeholders' engagement is fundamental. So many public consultations were held and many coordination efforts were done especially with municipalities and local governments, because as I said, the solutions must be grounded on the territory, really real challenges. As we are going through this strong international process, we also understand that the multilateral process is extremely relevant. We believe that the updated technical guidelines will be a valuable tool, particularly for developing countries, but for all of us, and they continue to advance the formulation and implementation of the NAPs. We trust these guidelines will help accelerate national adaptation action at scales. And you can also count on the firm commitment of the Brazilian presidency to keeping adaptation high on the agenda in the lead up to COP30 in Belém. Because as was said many times by the COP president and also the CEO Anatoni, this COP will be about implementation, but also about putting people in the center of the debate. So I welcome you all to Belém, and let's keep adaptation as a central topic as it is for all of us. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a productive consultation this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ana Maria. In fact, highlighting the key importance of implementation and the role of NAPS in this regard, and the engagement of multiple stakeholders, which I believe this motivates us into how we will engage for the rest of the day. Thank you very much. And please, let's again give a round of applause to all our speakers this morning for the opening, which brings us to the closing. And I now hand over to the chair of the LEC to carry on us through the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Adão Soares Barbosa. I am from Timor-Leste, and I am the chair of the Least Developed Countries Expert Group, LEC. And distinguished participants, both in this room and also those who are joining us virtually across the world. I think the objective of today's discussion will be sharing experience and lessons learned to the NAP technical guidelines itself, but in fact the LEC has already prepared the draft and its final one, and we look forward to get more insightful comments and also input from participants, both from physical participation, also from virtual participation. And to move forward, let me invite the Secretariat to present to us the program for today's discussion. Motsomi, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you, Chair. May I kindly ask the technical team if we can have the slides on the screen? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and once again, greetings to everybody. I will quickly introduce you to what we will be doing today. The information is available also online on the event page if you scan the QR code, and you have probably already navigated to the website where we have all the information, the program for the event for today. We shall have presentations where we present the updated NAP technical guidelines to introduce you to the key concepts on what's there, what's different, what's new, and what are the key points of departure. We'll then enter into a session where we'll dig deeper into implementation and resource mobilization. And afterwards, then we'll now enter into a session where we look at compiling the NAP or preparing the NAP to submit it. And afterwards, then we'll look later on in the afternoon at support for the NAP process to ensure continuity, to ensure also how do we meet the deadline set in the decision from the CMA of countries having their NAPs by 2025 to have implemented them as well by 2030. And then we will, later in the day, enter into important discussions on stakeholder engagement. And later on close the event. Throughout the event, you will have the opportunity to ask questions and interact and be able to provide clarifications in terms of how the event will proceed. There are points in the program as well where we will break into groups and to start to have deeper discussions among ourselves. So thank you, Chair, and back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Motsomi, for that. In fact, the agenda today, like you've already participated a while ago, is that it will be including an in-depth exploration, the thinking behind the key concepts presented in the guidelines itself, achieving especially TGA targets through NAP's effective implementation, and resource mobilization, as well as recommended NAP technical guidelines. It's a table of contents. And of course, you will be very much invited to provide your fruitful thinking around those corridors. So once again, thank you very much for the presentation. Let us turn to the presentation on the overview of the updated NAP technical guidelines that will be presented by Mr. Paul from the UNF Secretariat. Afterward, we will open the floor to have quick questions and answers before we move to the next agenda item. Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning again, colleagues. Those of you that have sat up here, you know that you're like deer in headlights, the bright lights. And so I'm seeing the room as very full. So that's good to know. Just to remind colleagues that there is simultaneous interpretation to Spanish and French. So if you don't have your headsets, please get them outside the room. We try to be as interactive as possible, so I might get up when my watch says time to stand up. But we try to walk you through the key aspects of the guidelines. We're not presenting page by page of what appears in the document. I think many of you must have seen it on the website, but we'll try to capture the key elements and also what is new and how you can continue to apply these guidelines in your work. We always start with the mandates, and the mandate was quite clear, given to the lake to update the technical guidelines that exist since 2009, when 2011, when the initial guidelines were adopted by the COP. And so it's been about 10 plus years. There's been a lot of lessons as we said. So we have gone through cycles of experiences, lessons learned at every SBI session over the years. So there's quite a rich amount of learning. And we hope that some of that is reflected in the updated guidelines. The NAP process, as we all know, is extremely flexible. It's country-driven. It is built on very solid principles that cut across all adaptation work. And we hope that countries will continue to use this and then perhaps integrate this new learning into their work going forward. The mandate pointed to specifically to aligning with the global goal on adaptation, as well as the best available science, including the AR6, the IPCC Working Group 2 report, that basically, I think one of the greatest things in there is the description of how to address adaptation through vulnerability, risk, as well as resilience. So these three concepts are one and the same in a way. So we are not going to be splitting hairs about whether adaptation is based on vulnerability alone and risk management is loss and damage, and then resilience is development, etc. But all of these things intermingle in this way to respond to adverse impacts of climate change. Also, I think importantly is the call to parties to have their NAPs finalized by end of this year. So we hope that by the next COP in Belém, we will have a rich collection of plans from all countries, and then countries can then start to focus almost exclusively on implementation going forward. So by 2030, we'll have very solid results on progress in adaptation. So what is NAP 3.0? I think we've made reference to this, and there is NDC 3.0, where there's a third cycle of NDCs. But for NAPs, it's more the NAP process, where under the SBI and the COP, there is actually a review of progress, the 5-year progress under the process. So we're finalizing the second round of reviews. It's supposed to have been finished in Baku, but given the dynamics of the agendas, it will hopefully be finalized in Belém. So as of next year, we'll be entering into this third phase of the NAP process in terms of sort of accumulating evidence and experience of countries. So you're going to be hearing a lot about NAP 3.0, and it doesn't mean that you should be producing a third NAP by now, but it's rather a third round of action activity towards the formulation and implementation of the plans. So as I said, and our Executive Secretary, Mr. Simon Steele, actually launched this at the NAP Expo last year as a major initiative that he's standing strongly behind to ensure that we actually put a lot of emphasis to progress on NAPs, and it involves the 4 pillars, which are basically to innovate financing for adaptation and NAPs are beyond the usual grants and loans, because as everybody has reported, that's unlikely to be adequate to meet the needs of adaptation. So there's a need to think beyond grants and loans, and then start to implement what's normally called innovative finance and so forth. And the updating of the guidelines is a second pillar, and this is being realized today. And then the third is, of course, supporting the LDCs and others to submit their NAPs by end of the year. And I'm happy to report that with partners across the board, there's quite a lot of concerted effort to help the few countries that are still struggling to finalize the first NAP. And then lastly is, of course, the capacity and ability for countries to access the resources needed to implement their NAP. So there's quite a rich set of activities across the whole UN system to help countries access available finance, either through project preparation or thinking about how to create income and new sources of capital to meet these needs. There are numerous lessons over the years, so we've chosen a few to highlight, and I think, as has been said so well up until now, has been the huge experience of the LDCs in addressing adaptation, both in terms of building capacity at the national level, institutionally, human capacity, etc., and laying the groundwork to address adaptation. So adaptation is not new for LDCs. They've been doing this for 20 years. I think what's needed now is to ensure that all of these efforts produce quantifiable results that can then help decision makers put a lot more effort and into adaptation in their day-to-day work. Second is perhaps the important role of funding for the LDCs for them to undertake this work. And this funding has been provided according to the governing instrument of the GCF, where they're mandated to support formulation as well as the implementation of NAPs. So the formulation of NAPs has been largely and almost exclusively dependent on access to that readiness money from the GCF in order to undertake the important work to formulate NAPs. We don't want to go into the detail of difficulties of access to these funds. I think that's well known, and there's a lot of effort to try to address those. But it's important to note that this is quite crucial in enabling LDCs and other developing countries to progress on their adaptation work. And then we hope that with this scaled up support and effort and emphasis on NAPs, there will be perhaps transformed and disrupted ways to look at how to provide this enabling support to allow countries to progress with the important work of adaptation. Human capacity is always an issue, whether it's you're an LDC or elsewhere, but it's a pipeline that must be built continuously. And I think given the small size of many LDCs, brain drain is quite significant, and people moving and upgrading to other ministries or going somewhere else can have significant impacts in the ability of countries. So we hope that there will be a more focused effort to ensure that human capacity is built and continuously. It's not something you do for once and then you solve the problem. You have to continuously develop these human and technical capacities. There's also perhaps a more focused understanding of what the NAPs are. I think that over the years we have ensured that we build a strong process in the countries to be undertaking this work on a regular basis, but also focusing more on ensuring that there are plans that emerge and that there are projects and non-funding opportunities to implement the activities that are prioritized in the NAPs. I think in the early days of adaptation in the LDCs, with the NAPAs, the focus was on urgent and immediate activities where there was something urgent that needed to be addressed, and it was very much geared towards meeting that need. But for NAPs now, it's a more longer-term approach to ensure that there is iterative and continuing thinking about adaptation priorities, revising those, and then ensuring that the dynamic needs are being addressed. There's also inevitably quite a ballooning of multiple reports and deliverables under the Convention and Paris Agreement, many of which involve adaptation. So it's quite important, I think, and the LDCs have recognized the need to ensure that there is coherence and synergies between all of these activities. Notably, of course, the BTRs, the NDCs, etc., all that include adaptation communications that all report on or address some aspect of adaptation in the country. So the NAP is really not an additional element to that, but it's really it underpins the inputs to all of those processes. And the lake has gone to great lengths to make sure that there is that understanding that the NAPs provide that basis for adaptation reporting, adaptation progress, and so forth across the board. And lastly, with the GGA thematic targets, as well as the dimensional targets emerging, there is that need to manage the coherence between all of these framings and processes, etc. And in the coming hours, we will talk about how do countries align their work between what normally happens in the country, how government is structured with meeting the GGA targets and so forth. So as I said earlier, I think we'll focus on perhaps on what is new in the guidelines without repeating every step. That's perhaps well understood. So we will focus on how do the new guidelines expand on and update what existed in the previous guidelines, and what are the key updates. So a number of perhaps key departures from the previous guidelines. One is you're all familiar with the adaptation cycle that consists of 4 key elements of assessment, planning, implementation, and M&D and learning. But for the LDCs, it's been quite clear for many of us that additional elements are needed to that, and then we'll get into the detail of that. So the guidelines do focus on a more complete, customized adaptation cycle for the LDCs. Second is the notion that the NAP is the umbrella adaptation program for the country. It's not simply a collection of projects that must be implemented if and when support is available, but rather it captures the whole essence of the adaptation need for the country. Both the activities that are perhaps done and carried out by government or the focal point ministry, but also activities of all other important actors. And you agree with me that the activities by government are not the only important adaptation activity or investment in the country. The MDBs and the World Bank and the bilateral agencies and the private sector and so forth all have a role to play in meeting the adaptation needs of the country. But the NAP should not be not competing or a subset of that. It's actually an umbrella of all of that. It should capture and make reference to all these efforts to ensure that all of these efforts in aggregate contribute towards success in adaptation for the country. So when you get to report and when you get to apply the GGA frameworks, then you're capturing the whole essence of what is happening in the country. And delivering on the GGA targets is an important aspect, and the guidelines go into suggestions and recommendations on how to best do that. The GGA targets, as we know, is a negotiated outcome, but parties have decided that these are the important 7 thematic areas. I think that the opportunity now is how to map everything that's happening in the country, sectors that are perhaps not mapped directly to those 7, to ensure that there's actually things are being done completely and fully to address all the adaptation needs and challenges for the country, while at the same time aligning with the GGA targets. Resource mobilization is key, but it also would need to be mapped to all the different actors, including national budgets, work of the MDBs, as I said, the World Bank, IMF, and bilaterals, and all of that. And I think implementing the whole NAP as a program for the country requires that all of these things need to be well coordinated. And it's not always easy because, as we know, every department, every entity is quite busy doing work, and then coordination is always suffers because people just don't have the time to understand fully what the other people are doing. But the NAP process provides that opportunity, I think, to help coordinate all of that, while maintaining, of course, the flexibility that each of these entities will have their own approach to how they fund and support countries. One of the things that came up quite early in the experience of the LDCs was the challenge of where do you start and how do you manage your adaptation planning. Do you start with sectors, which are typically ministries, and look at what each ministry needs to do, and then later on look at the cross linkages and the need for synergies, or do you start with addressing key hazards? So drought and flooding are the usual things, but do you first address those and then look at what else is missing, or do you start at the levels, whether it's community level versus some national governments, or the national level, basins and so forth, and then look at what the needs are? So there are multiple ways to look at and approach the issue of adaptation. And one of the things that has evolved is a way to harmonize all of this. So it doesn't really matter how you enter, as long as you ensure that everything ultimately connects with each other. And this is the essence of what the lake has termed the NAP, SDG, and now GGA iframe, integrating framework. It's a way to map things and identify the linkages to different aspects of looking at adaptation. So in a way, we don't need to create another process of synergies and alignment after different plans are produced, if you do things properly, because the alignment will be natural in how the plans are developed. And also the dimensional targets of the GGA do provide a way to perhaps simplify how the NAP is presented. In the past, the NAP has been a comprehensive report of everything that has been undertaken in the country. So you end up with 300-500 pages, in some cases 900 pages of a document that is the NAP. You can relate to that it's actually quite difficult to read it and understand what is being communicated. But the GGA dimensional targets do provide us an opportunity, I think, to separate the reporting on the assessments and reporting on M&D, et cetera, into separate outputs that do not have to all be into the plan. So this is perhaps an opportunity to present the NAPs in a very streamlined manner that communicate the priorities and so forth, without going into the nitty-gritty detail of how each of the steps and each of the activities was done. We're also aware that people use the NAPs as a data source for different things. So people working in different sectors will mine the NAPs for information, whether it's loss and damage or displacement or fisheries or whatever. People will look at the NAP, how did the country address this topic? So the lake actually encourages users of the NAPs to look beyond the NAP document per se, and look at the full list of outputs from the NAP process to ensure that the full collection of information is garnered for the country. And lastly, it's the issue of complementarity with the Convention and Paris Agreement deliverables. As I said earlier, there is multiple ways in which adaptation information per country is delivered to the process, and through either adaptation communications, NDCs, BTRs, etc., national communications. I think there does need to be that very clear complementarity between what information is passed to these other processes. This is the GGA. I'm not going to go through every line of this, but the middle part essentially, I think, lists the 7 thematic areas that we're all familiar with by now. So things to do with water, sanitation, food, health, ecosystems, infrastructure, livelihoods, and poverty reduction, and then cultural heritage, and then the 4-dimensional elements on the right. I think the idea is to ensure that a country is able to deliver on the GGA reporting afterwards through its work on adaptation, while recognizing that the country, of course, is flexible in how they're going to approach the timing of what activities they carry out. As we've seen, a lot of countries usually start with 1 or 2 key sectors and then gradually scale up their efforts to cover all sectors and so forth. But all of this is not contradictory. It's just the way to build up that capacity and scale of the NAP in the country to ensure that at some point then you're meeting all the requirements to be able to respond to the GGA targets, as well as the needs of the country in aligning with major development thrusts and so on. But the GGAs is perhaps an area where there's been a lot of questions, and I'll spend a couple of minutes on this, on how this can be done and how it's being approached in the guidelines. So the approach looks at each of these 7 thematic areas and breaks it down into components first, in terms of sub-targets, if you want to call it, because the target is actually quite a long sentence of different components to it, but breaking it down into components and then eventually sort of also looking at what are the things that a country would work on in the country in order to meet that target. And then we'll look at the breakdown of those systems, which will then be a way to connect with how things are done, also how things are divided up in terms of responsibilities of different ministries. So it does provide this way to transform between different views of the problem, between GGA and the structure of government and so forth. One of the important aspects is obviously that the GGA themes are sectoral, but from everybody's experience with SDGs, we know that issues are not in silos, and we're heavily discouraged from taking a silo approach. So water is not water by itself, but it's always linked to agriculture and nutrition and health and energy production, etc. This is where the nexuses or interlinked systems come in. So the breakdown that I described of going from the sectors and then ministries and then GGA themes into components allows us then to identify what components, what systems are best dealt with other systems from other thematic areas. Hence the idea of nexuses, and we're all familiar with the common nexuses that have been applied. Like the water, energy, food is sort of the most fundamental one, but there's quite a number of these nexuses that provide a way to deal with things in an integrated and practical way. And then the NAP SDG frame provides a way to manage and identify those interlinkages based on how it's most practical to address these issues at the country level. In some countries, there'll be a flagship issue that defines the adaptation approach. So if you're a country in a semi-arid area, I think the issue of water, for instance, will be the key flagship of how you look at adaptation needs. Assuming if you're a small island state and you're flat, then the issue of sea level rise, etc., could perhaps be that flagship issue that kind of guides everything else. If you're landlocked and you're dependent on agriculture, So water, as well as the ability to produce and improve the economy with agro-production, becomes the key thing, or biodiversity or tourism, etc. So this provides other views in looking at and framing the adaptation approach for the country. So just to go a little deeper in unpacking the targets, as I said, for instance, taking the example of the climate resilient water security for all target, we can break it down into the main components related to water scarcity, water-related hazards, water supply for all, resilient sanitation, safe potable water, and then affordable potable water as key sub-targets of that thematic area. And then we can go deeper. Hopefully you can see this, but it'll be in the slides. The detail doesn't matter too much, but it's the idea that there are some typical components under each. For instance, under water supply, there's obviously the water system that's implemented to supply water to different users, mostly in urban areas, or for rural areas, maybe there's a much simpler system that may depend on underground water sources. But this can vary from small towns that have a fairly compact water system with one source. Water is transported to a treatment plant, and then there's infrastructure to distribute the water to houses, to something that's more complicated. For instance, if you look at the state of California, where the whole state's water system is connected. So there's water from the mountains and snow in the north. It's all piped and connected to the major users for agriculture in the south. So there are multiple sources and multiple access points, etc. So a very complex system that requires obviously many years of development, but also has a lot of entry points for vulnerability and risk management and so on. So this is how things are done on the ground. So one has to, I think, build on what exists and how do we ensure that that system remains resilient and so on. And then all the other aspects in terms of affordability, access to water for all, and so forth. And then just to give one more example for the food systems and nutrition, you can also break it down into production, either for crops, livestock and fisheries, and then food supply systems, the whole world of managing supply networks, national or household level food security, supply chains, and all of that. These are all components that are dealt with by somebody in the country, and typically different ministries and departments. And there are global and regional aspects to that in terms of supply of bread baskets and also supply chains globally. We've all seen the impacts of a disruption in the major canals in the world, like the Suez Canal, when there was a disruption that had a cascade of impacts quite significant across the world. So the world is quite connected, and I think it's important to recognize those interlinkages and then entry points for vulnerability and so on. So the next step to this in ensuring alignment between the different entry points will be then to look at that long list of the component systems in the middle. The detail doesn't matter. I think it's the idea that you have this very precise systems you work on, and it can be mapped to various sectors or ministries in the country, as well as they can be mapped to the different GGA thematic areas. That way you're kind of mapping and seeing who will report and capture what activities and outcomes. So this provides a way to manage the different ways of carving out the problem that doesn't require government now change its structure to reflect the GGA themes, for instance, and vice versa. But it does make it possible to look at the different entry points and manage this flow of information between one and the other. This looks crowded, but it's the same thing as I've been describing, where you can then link the different facets to the problem, where there's hazards on the left versus the GGA themes, SDGs, and then the various actors in terms of who acts on what systems. Can map it to development themes. can map to special units, whether you're working at the basin level, community level, subnational, or national level, or regional level for that matter, in terms of what aspects of the landscape do you work on. Like, for instance, for energy, for instance, hydro energy, it's obviously produced locally, but it's distributed to the whole country. But there are ways in many regions now where there are power pools. In case of excess energy, you can export it to your neighbors. In terms of shortage, you can import energy to meet your needs and so forth. So there are ways of managing the landscape, sort of the interlinkages across different systems that make it quite interesting, actually, to manage. Well, one of the questions that came up quite often is, of course, before this explanation was that our country has other important sectors besides the 7. How do we manage that? Do we add it as an 8th or 9th GGA thematic area, or how do we do it? And then, as I explained earlier, I think the opportunities in how to map the different components of that sector to the existing GGA targets and vice versa. That way, you're not adjusting the GGA framework. You're also not adjusting your structure of government, but you're meeting both by simply managing the flow of information and activity. So one of I talked about the hydro energy production, but tourism is another. There are a lot of countries that value and rely on ecosystems as a major driver of the economy. But for ecosystems, obviously ecosystems are important. I mean, for tourism, ecotourism quite important. So ecosystems and their health is quite important. Cultural heritage, because of what tourists like to see. Infrastructure, to make sure people can fly in and fly out and get to sites of interest. Livelihoods of local communities, etc. So there's a way to link all of these without having to dramatically shift in how government tackles these problems. We talk about the guiding principles. I think the SPI chair and others have alluded to this, that besides undertaking this work in accordance with the convention, it's also a process that's very country-driven, gender-sensitive, participatory, and pretty transparent. And over the last 20 years, from NAPAs to NAPs, I think the ODCs have shown that they're able to do this, depending on their ability to mobilize these activities based on access to support, but also the size of the country and so forth. But this is something to be valued and expanded. And of course, now we're adding a lot more dimensions to this, issues of youth, children, indigenous peoples more explicitly, and so forth. But these are all good practices, best practices that are understood across the Convention and Paris Agreement that should be and are being taken into account in development of NAPs. Science is an important aspect, and the developments and enhancements of that understanding of knowledge through the IPCC is quite key, and the NAP process will continue to learn from how to do things better. There are obviously some gaps and challenges, as we know, and one thing that has come up is the issue of scenarios. How do you develop and apply scenarios at the level of the country and subnational levels? Most scenarios, as we know, are regional and global in nature, and those results are not usually applicable to the local level. So this is an area of great interest in the science community about how to do that well. It's not something you force, but because of the state of the science, it's sometimes quite difficult based on the nature of available data and so forth. But we look forward, I think, to greater improvements in how this can be applied in adaptation planning. The issues of how to quantify the adaptation needs, the issue of how much resources are needed to address adaptation needs, the issue of costing and so forth. There are estimates out there that are done at the aggregate level, but then coming down to the national level and subnational level, I think it's quite a challenge to how do you cost your adaptation needs in order to start to mobilize finance. It's not done fully because it's not technically possible at the moment, but this is an area where I think there's need for the science community to help and enrich that experience. The other is perhaps how all these activities aggregate and contribute to national development, both economic, environmental, social, and so on, so that activities are not just individual standalone activities, but they actually contribute to something bigger and measurable at the national level, hence the need to scale up, make sure that activities actually do lead to quantifiable benefits. None of this is designed to be prescriptive, but rather provides a way to manage the complexity that exists and also to ensure that things that are undertaken actually benefit from the acceptance and involvement of all critical key stakeholders in the country. I think the issue of who owns this varies depending on where you're standing. So at the global level, obviously, locally driven means that it's driven by the country. If you're at the country level, locally driven means that it's driven by communities and so forth. So it's a cascade of understanding and taxonomies that we also have to take into account. At the global level, locally driven doesn't mean that communities are then part of the international process necessarily, but it's a matter of how you frame it in the context of the scale at which you're working. All right. Where are we? A few more slides. Apologies for of introductory nature, and then we get into perhaps some interactive exercise. One of the things that the leg decided quite early on is not to focus on the technical methodologies of each step. It's not how to do an assessment, whether it's risk or vulnerability based or resilience, but rather to focus on each of those key steps in the process of adaptation planning, to look at what information should be produced at each of those key steps, and what information should then be passed on to the subsequent step in order to inform decision making at that level and so forth. Hence the issue, the concept of information connectors. So you start off with obviously there's data collection and scientific studies, etc., that produce ideas about impacts and vulnerability risk assessments, but that needs to be summarized in a detailed but concise manner to pass it on to the people that are doing the planning. So the planners shouldn't be doing assessments of their own, and I think they should summarize what the scientific community is telling them, but that information is then the subject of that stakeholder process of identifying priority adaptation needs, and then the process of ranking those into priority needs that must be undertaken. And then that list of adaptation priorities then gets transferred to, my screen is going in and out of focus, into a list of priority projects and programs. And that then gets transferred to the next phase of implementers in terms of unpacking that into project profiles, and then seeking funding for each of those programs and projects. And eventually that leads to implementation plans, and then leads to a way to capture the results of that work in terms of either resilience benefits that you can quantify and use to monetize that, or simply for reporting purposes. And then there's the lessons learned that should inform everything else that you're doing. And then the issue of the funding requests that apply to all of these steps in terms of access money for the formulation phase, maintaining the process, as well as for the essential projects. So the focus is very much on information flow, as opposed to how do we assess drought impacts or versus flooding and so forth. That belongs to perhaps the scientific community and the technical work that's undertaken already, and it's perhaps quite well handled, but rather how do we ensure that the important information is collected and passed on to the planners and so on. So I talked about the expansion of the adaptation cycle, and also in the original technical guidelines there were 4 elements for the NAP process, so preparatory elements, and then the assessments, the planning and implementation and reporting. But now this has been expanded in the new updated guidelines into the 6 core elements, as you see. So these would be the way that perhaps logically you can conceptualize the NAP process and major components for an LDC setting. So the access to finance, as I said, has been quite a key enabler of progress on NAP. So countries have spent 5-7 years in some cases to access the GCF readiness money before they can embark seriously on their NAP. And I think this is an important trigger for success in the NAP. And I think explicitly putting it as one of the elements ensures that it matches what happens on the ground, that things do not automatically happen without support, especially for the LDCs. And then the issue of monitoring, evaluation, and learning, and then reporting, not so much creating a new reporting requirement or burden, but rather aligning it with the various reporting under the Convention and Paris Agreement, adaptation communications, LDCs, BTRs, etc., ensuring that all of these things are well aligned and contribute to each other. So in summary, then, these are the 6 elements on the left, and then under each, there's some indicative activities that a country may undertake in order to meet each of these. This is arranged in a logical order, but in practice, the process should be iterative. I think a country should be tackling all of these all at once. So while you're measuring data and doing assessments, at the same time you are developing your plans and you're submitting proposals to implement adaptation needs that are well known. So there's no need to wait 3 years to indicate and submit an idea that is well grounded, and there's already a good basis for that, and that a lot of countries have been doing that. They don't have a NAP submitted yet, but they already have projects under implementation under the GCF Adaptation Fund and JEF and so forth, as well as other sources. So this is all iterative and a continuous process of activity. Right. So that was my first monologue. So perhaps I can pause here and maybe if there are sort of questions for clarification, we can entertain that. And I think there's a Mentimeter thing going on where you can also type your questions or comments, etc. Things that will come up and be explained later in the day, we'll just simply say, we'll come to this later, but there might be some questions of clarification just based on the broad approach and description that I've done so far. So thank you, Chair, and maybe we can spend 5-10 minutes on this.
Thank you very much, Paul, for this very useful overview of the guidelines. And I think you have already indicated some changes and features in the updated guidelines, more specifically how to capture the thematic targets under the DGA. By utilizing the NAP, we can address or deliver the different thematic targets under the DGA. That's really, really useful, especially financing and also resource mobilization issues by utilizing the NAPs to at least address all the thematic areas under the DGA. I think that's one of the critical issues that we need to consider as a new guidelines for the NAP formulation, but very importantly for NAP implementation issues, finance, capacity issues faced by the LDCs. Those are critically important to learn from our experience and how to move forward by utilizing these guidelines to reduce the vulnerabilities that all developing countries, but especially LDCs, are going to increase their resilience. So for those who are participating online, we have already provided link. It was also indicated by Paul. So please post your question through this link. And for those who are here, we all invited to provide your quick questions or comments towards the key elements presented by Paul a while ago. So, colleagues, the floor is open. I do provide first chance to the party delegates to raise the comments and followed by observers. Again, the floor is open. Thank you very much. We have two questions from colleagues who are participating online. So we can start providing answers to those, and then we still need to collect more questions from the plenary. Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And the three questions. One relates to the reference to the GGA iframe, just to point out that these are technical guidelines, that they're not part of the negotiated outcomes or discussions that are going on. So it's a very practical reference to this framing of where the lake had initially a NAP SDG integrating framework, but now they've added the GGA since that's the new baby to align to. So it's simply a way of looking at how it integrates into the broader picture of different entry points. So it's not a new framing under the negotiations, but rather practically it's designed to help countries manage this alignment with the different thematic areas the way they're presented. The other was in the annex, there's reference to natural disasters, and the fact that disasters are not natural, only the hazard component is, etc. Exposure and vulnerability are socially constructed. I think one of the things we've tried to stay away from is the issue of definitions and taxonomies. I think these are not new concepts. There is the Sendai framework, there's the Biodiversity Convention, etc. Each one has very in-depth coverage of some of these topics. So we're not attempting to merge the understanding of all of these, but rather in a reference to disasters, hazards in the course of climate change that I think refers to the usual things that we worry about. Drought, floods, changing seasons, heavy rainfalls, etc. So there's nothing beyond that. I think nothing is implied about whether things are attributed to climate change or not. I think that's a scientific problem that belongs somewhere else. How realistic is it to turn the NAP into an implementation strategy? I think the whole point of the NAP is really to capture what a country has decided its priorities for adaptation to be addressed. And to be addressed implies that there does need to be implementation, resource mobilization, etc. And I think what is implied here is not to turn the NAP itself into an investment plan or whatever, but to ensure that the NAP is not simply a report that documents what is a priority, but it does explicitly map to how are these adaptation priority needs going to be addressed, hence the notion of an implementation strategy, resource mobilization, and so forth. Another question relates to one of the most difficult issues with NAPs is the change of governments. How does the updated technical guidelines address any matter related to that change? I think this is reality. I think that governments come and go and then change in terms of priorities for development, etc. What the NAP tries to do is to look at the actual scientific aspects of the vulnerabilities and risks imposed by climate, and then how that can be implemented within the context of the government that exists at the time. I think that inevitably there will be changes and change in direction, etc., from one government to the other, but it's not something that we can override or control. But one of the good experiences in some countries is where now, after the initial work on assessments and planning, is that they've actually worked on policies and laws and acts that actually mandate certain activities to be done in a certain way. So that's perhaps one opportunity to ensure that the adaptation planning does take a medium to long-term approach. But of course, laws and acts and so forth can also be erased by new governments, but at least it's an attempt to look at the medium to long term without restricting oneself to the 2 to 5 years of a cycle. And a number of countries, South Africa, for instance, and so forth, have produced the Climate Change Act, and many others as well before that, to institutionalize the issue of how to address the impacts of climate change. Another one is I would like to expand on how the incorporation of new sectors that are not prioritized in the GGA by the country which are relevant to intervene and develop actions to reduce vulnerability. I think that's the whole essence of this sort of iframe is that these are different ways or different lenses to look at the problem of adaptation for the country. So one does not need to add to the GGA themes, rather you do things the way you're doing it in your government structures. So if you have a sector that's important, you continue to do the work. But the work elements within that are then mapped to perhaps components that contribute to meeting the GGA targets. As a minimum, obviously. There are SDGs and other goals and targets that are obviously available to countries to also meet, but the idea is to provide a way to map these different framings to the way that the country is structured and is being run. There is an interesting question in Spanish, so maybe we can get assistance in. The beauty of technology. So. Do the guidelines include more agile processes for accessing financing from funds, multilateral banks, etc., for the implementation of the NAPs? The key word there is more agile processes, and I think that you will agree with me that there has been quite significant effort to change and to update how countries are able to access financing. So this is an ongoing debate amongst the financial institutions where they're trying their very best to look at how to improve access to financing, how to streamline. And some of the newer funds are actually making available new modalities that were never there before. For instance, the Loss and Damage Fund now is working on how local communities can directly access resources without having to go through international delivery partners and so forth. So there is very concerted efforts, I think, to enable countries to improve how they're able to access financing. Under the GCF, as we know, there's the direct access entities that are able to get accredited and they can access resources directly. But the guidelines themselves only map to what is being done under those funds. We're not trying to replicate or duplicate any of that thinking and work. But you need concrete ideas about what you need to do, and then you can map to different avenues for funding. The lake has produced documents that summarize available windows for support for adaptation, and that's work that's ongoing to expand what's known, what's available. So these are additional resources that are available to facilitate.
Thank you very much, Paul. I think these technology issues are quite useful to post the questions. So there are a number of questions sent by different colleagues. I think it's here. And I also recognize Saudi Arabia, who is participating this event online. I give the floor to Saudi Arabia first, and then I will invite Ghana first, followed by Adaptation Committee, and then others. So Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Adam.
Saudi Arabia, are you hearing me? It's online.
Yes, I can.
Yes,
Hello?
please.
Would you hear me?
Yes,
you hear
yes.
me? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good colleagues, and good morning, Adao, Paul, and Sumi, and the rest of the Secretariat and the colleagues that are in Panama. We wish that we were there with you in person, but I'm sure that the colleagues there that having a very good time, and we wish you a very successful meeting as well. Paul, thank you very much for the rich informations that you have provided. It's very inspiring. And we really, upon receiving the document, we wish that we have received this document a little bit early on, so we can actually reflect on the richness of the content prior to this meeting, and we can engage further in discussion. But your presentation have elaborated in a lot of important elements. Maybe at this stage, my questions will be more in the process elements. I saw that the document is rich with information, but the guidelines or the updated guidelines is contained in the annex. So I just want to make sure that since we have some reflections on the guidelines or the updated guidelines themselves, we would like to see what is the proper venue. Would you like to see it sent to you in writing to the LEG or to the Secretariat to make sure that the amendments that we see and some reflections are reflected in the guidelines prior to them being brought to the CUP? And what is the most appropriate platform for that? My understanding is that in the previous guidelines, it was part of the negotiation process as it's part of the decision itself. But I'm not sure how we will deal with the updated guidelines themselves. Will they be just a product from the LEC, or are they something that will be also considered during the negotiation process among parties? And also maybe an inquiry on the outcome of the meeting. Will it be a report that inform the discussion during the SP session, or something that goes beyond it? On other reflections on the document itself, we'll be looking forward to your presentation for a successful NAB, so we can also reflect on how we perceive that upon reading your document. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that questions. And I believe Paul has already listed your respective questions and will provide answer for those. Now I have Ghana, followed by Uganda first, and then Adaptation Committee. Passion, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair of the LEG. And first of all, let me just thank the government of Panama for hosting this Climate Week. And then I also appreciate the work of the LEG and the Secretariat for developing this updated guidelines for the NAPs. It's very important that we take the guidelines very serious, in the sense that as we continue to look at adaptation, the risk and needs of communities and countries keep changing, and therefore there's a need for the agency to really undertake adaptation actions as soon as possible. I think one person mentioned something about changes in governments and all those things, but I believe that if countries also have their policies and laws in place, it helps to actually ensure that what is being done is a continuous process, irrespective of whether the governments have changed or they are still in place. But the thing is that sometimes when governments change, focus and priorities also change. And that's where the challenge is in terms of, trying to undertake the priority needs of the countries. I was just wondering about the one of the diagrams that you showed. I think it's I had it here. The one that says you have included some other issues like the reporting and something else. I thought that was quite interesting because, I mean, before we have the normal iterative process of adaptation, but I was just wondering, the addition, reporting is also part of it as well as the monitoring and evaluation. So I was just wondering why you are saying that it's a new, or you have improved that one. Then one thing that I also want to indicate is the deadline for all countries to develop their NAPs, meaning at the end of this year. And I feel that it's a very ambitious deadline because at least if I look at Africa, barely half of us have developed our NAPs. So I'm just wondering how feasible and how possible it will be for all countries to develop their NAPs by the end of this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ghana. In terms of your last question, we will discuss this more after this. So keep this so we can provide answer by having presentation, and then we can explain this more detailedly. And now I have Uganda followed by Adaptation Committee, and I didn't see properly in the middle. Yeah. FAO followed by UNDP and Zambia. So I invite countries first. So Uganda followed by Zambia and others.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Kovia Akot. I'm from Uganda. First of all, allow me to appreciate the work that has gone into updating these guidelines. Quickly into my thoughts. The aspect of the lessons I think has come in very handy because previously the focus on MEL and not lessons have been left out, the learning part of it. And I think this is critical. If you see the processes and how we can scale adaptation at the national level, usually you see processes coming in and going, and we're not learning from what we've done previously. I think that emphasis on the learning component is very critical. And for Uganda, we've been trying to explore ways into which learning is prioritized, and M&E is not just for, well, the evaluation, ticking the box, have you met the donor requirements and all, but to inform flexibility in design, but also so that we can scale up programs that have worked. And I'm speaking because, for example, we developed the NAP for the agriculture sector, and we are in the process of having our national NAP. So we are we're looking at how the synergies can inform. But even learning from things like previously the NAPA, where we had pilot projects that have not been scaled up, and yet some of them were really very good programs if we look at it. So I think I appreciate that learning component, and I'm keen to know the enablers around that learning, especially if we are focusing on having some concrete processes that can allow learning up to the lower level, because I see there is also that focus on country-driven processes, locally led processes, but how do we ensure that learning cascades up to that level and informs processes at the global level? My concern, however, on the NAPs is that even with this expansion and update of the guidelines, we still face a big problem that the NAPs do not have the same level priority as compared to the NDCs. And you see countries trying to fit their priorities for the adaptation in the NDC so that we can, use it as a resource mobilization tool, but also at the national level, it brings in the question of the synergies and having the adaptation priorities in the NDCs, and then we are also now working on the national NAP. So that kind of challenge, I think, needs to be addressed. And I'm keen to know that how, at the global level here, we're trying to come up with practical strategies to see that the NAPs also gain the same level of attention and priority at the highest level. Otherwise, we will develop our NAPs and they will be good on paper, but the practical implementation might be still a challenge. So thank you.
Thank you very much. For others, can you utilize the existing standing microphones? Because this is that's for the sake of translation and also hearing around, especially for those who are attending virtually. It's quite not clear. So can I invite you all to stand up and then utilizing the microphones that's, I think, standing the microphones that are around. And the second point is, can I ask colleagues to be concise, because we are going to have a coffee break in 10 minutes. That will be useful. So let me invite Zambia.
Oh, they're on. Thank you very much. I will be very brief, and just to join others in thanking the LEG and the Secretariat for the work done. The presentation was very useful. So I just have 3 comments to align firstly with the comments from Ghana and Uganda around monitoring and evaluation. One of the key issues that we faced in Zambia as we prepared our NAP was the need to include MND learning and reporting framework, but operationalizing it has remained extremely difficult. First of all, due to gaps in M&E expertise, but also data gaps. So this is something that I'd just like to highlight from the onset. And then a second issue, which I know was raised in the presentation by Paul, is one to do with capacity constraints that cannot be overly emphasized. At both local level and national level, we see a lot of technical capacity which is uneven, and so there is need for long-term investment and institutionalization. The final point I'd like to raise is on the key sectors which are prioritized in the GGA, and it was well noted that cultural heritage is one of them. So as we are discussing the visioning of a successful NAP, I would just like to indicate that climate adaptation is multidimensional, and while the predominant focus lies on adaptation of socioeconomic aspects of life, there are some key cultural dimensions which can shape successful adaptation actions. And so it will be important when we consider formulating our NAPs that we consider a key objective which could be safeguarding the sacred sites and possibly ceremonial rivers or otherwise, to help us well align with the cultural heritage target under the GGA framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that three critical points to be considered. And may I invite AC to raise your question by utilizing extended microphones. And followed by FAO and then UNDP.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Adaptation Committee, my name is Rita Michan. I am honored to be here representing the committee. I wanted to first congratulate the LEG for the excellent work that have been presented. I think this is going to be very useful for us, and I look forward to the discussions throughout the day. I believe that the guiding principles presented today are at the core of our national work, our national planning. I understand that as other countries have mentioned, this is very important, but also it's burdensome because we are running with the NDC and NAP, but I do believe that NAP is critical and at the core of development. Therefore, I think it should be part of the NDC. We shouldn't look at it in divisive manner. I do want to mention that in the graph that you presented regarding how to design the considerations of the NAP technical guidelines, it's all very well and clear, but I do not see capacity building. And for some reason, we have, in other meetings before, we have mentioned that capacity building is essential for countries in order to be able to follow these guidelines, but not only to follow them, but to understand them and make them part of everything we do at home. Adaptation is a must in most developing countries. Therefore, if we, even though administrations change every 4 years, in my case in Guatemala, but nevertheless, we need to ensure that the technical people that are doing the work understand fully, and I think this is one missing piece in the graph. Thank you very much, and I hope that we do advance throughout the day in order to achieve what's expected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rita, for that very critical question on the capacity building that is still not part of the graph that was presented. So once again, thank you very much. I have UNDP and FAO. Yeah. FAO first.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Maria Mercedes Proaño, Climate Finance Officer from FAO. And from our side, we express our sincere appreciation to the Secretariat for the very comprehensive and insightful presentation. We appreciate mostly the relevance of agri-food systems in the broader climate adaptation agenda, and that is reflected in the inclusion of the adaptation indicators related to agriculture and food systems, which is highly relevant for food security and for sustained life on Earth. So we appreciate that, and FAO will continue working closely with the Secretariat to support the least developed countries with a particular emphasis on stepping up efforts, not only for the design of the NAPs, but also for the implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam, for this. And of course, FAO is very much supportive of LDCs in the area of adaptation, linking this to food security. So once again, thank you very much for that. And now I have UNDP.
Thank you very much, and congratulations for the wonderful work. It was wonderful to be able to read the new guidelines. I do have a couple of comments. First, I think the graphs are incredible. I've always been a great fan of the graphs provided by UNFCCC. I think they
make things that are very complex, very concrete, and easy to understand. So I think in this case, this did not disappoint either. That going to the point, I think the part of the context of the guidelines is really important, as well as the lessons learned, because they provide some real context on how to be able to make this an implementable guideline. That being said, I wonder, and after having some discussions, for example, with the CBD and seeing how they do their own voluntary guidelines, if there could be an opportunity to have linkages to toolboxes, to methodologies that would be helpful, that have served in the past. There's some really wonderful context in terms of financial innovation, but there isn't really an exemplification of what financial innovation can look like within the NAPS, and there's some great tools that are all going on there, and as the party from Uganda mentioned as well, some great lessons learned. So being able to package this will allow, I think, countries to really understand what this actually means in practice and what is the methodological process. A second point that I think is important to mention, particularly linking to the framework for adaptation and this deadline that all countries have to be able to submit their first NAPs by 2025, is the guidelines do point to LDC best practices, and this makes perfect sense considering where NAPs come from. But sometimes there isn't necessarily a mention or a reference to something that is not LDC specific. So I wonder if that would be also interesting to bring in some best practices from other countries or for other type of contexts that could also be helpful, because non-LDCs also require some guidance as well to be able to do this, and this should be applicable to various situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that point. I think your last point is quite useful to learn not only from LDCs but from other developing countries. So that's why we are requesting some developing countries to share their experience after this presentation or this afternoon. Yeah, we are hoping that they will be available. Thank you very much for that. So Paul, those are some comments and the questions to you. Please provide your reflection and also answers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll take the liberty of just choosing the easy questions for now. I think throughout the day we're going to learn more about the process and the mandates for this. And I think the leg, as the Chair explained at the beginning, these are being produced by the leg and will be published as a leg product. There is no mandate to bring them back to the negotiation table for further negotiations and approval by the COP. I think these are practical guidelines that will go out to users. And one of the important lessons in the past is that there will always be additional aspects that could be covered in greater depth, and we've heard a number of topics that could be covered in greater depth. And the approach is perhaps to encourage agencies, organizations, and others to develop supplementary materials to go in greater depth. For instance, on the financing aspects that we talked about, the tools, the mail, and so forth. I think there's an opportunity to go deeper through supplementary materials that will be produced. So it might be helpful actually maybe on the flip charts or somewhere to start to develop a living list of suggestions or topics that could be covered with supplementary materials. The question about how NAPS and the GGA fit into the inclusion of NDCs, we'll also come back to that in terms of alignment with the other processes and products. That's an important question and topic. Perhaps my favorite question from all of this was from patients about why it's ambitious to submit NAPS, to finish NAPS by end of this year. Why is it my favorite? Because we're not starting formulating NAPS now to finish by end of 2025. NAPS started in 2010, 2011. So we actually have been trying to develop NAPS for 12 plus years. Is that ambitious? I think you'd be the judge of that. I wouldn't say it's ambitious. It's actually we're way behind time, and I think that there is no excuse to say we don't have enough time to do this or that. It's been 12 plus years to produce a NAP. So those that are providing support to countries, please do work on this. There is no excuse to say it's too ambitious. It is not. It's actually we're way behind time. I think the references to some of the concrete topics are very valid, and the approach in the guidelines was to suggest and point to essential projects that should be part of the priorities. Capacity building is very much one of those. So perhaps we can also, throughout the day, develop a list of what are these essential projects that should appear in every NAP. One is obviously capacity building and how to build lasting capacity, not through 1, 2, 3 day workshops, but actually to build long-lasting technical expertise to deal with adaptation. That's one. The other is obviously how to best learn. I had a list somewhere. How to learn from different levels and translate. A lesson is only a lesson if it helps you change something you're doing. It's not adequate to simply say, well, we've learned and it's useful to do X, and then you don't change what you do. So I think valid lessons should lead to a physical change in some process, and I think that's perhaps one aspect. There's been some good reference to monitoring and evaluation systems. That's part of the dimensional targets, and I think that could also perhaps be one of the essential projects that a country undertakes, is to further develop their M&D systems and deploy them in the country and make them useful, including the learning as well. That is perhaps not strictly part of M&D, but it's an important process of learning from experience and so forth. So that's perhaps the second important essential project as part of the process. But if you agree with me, I think the focus should still be not on these process-oriented steps, but rather adapting. And I think that should be primary. How do we implement activities that will lead to a reduction in vulnerability, addressing climate risks, and building resilience that's needed? It's not how to measure and how successfully you're learning from that, but rather are we adapting and are we accruing the benefits that adaptation is supposed to achieve? The process stuff will come naturally. I think there's enough work and enough entry points for looking at all of these things. But I think the primary focus should be, are the vulnerable people being assisted and are they being supported to adapt? And then everything else becomes secondary from that. Let me see if there's anything else.
Capacity building is still missing the draft.
Yeah, as I said, so perhaps I think one of the discussions later this afternoon will be to look at what are the very urgent and immediate capacity building activities that could be undertaken to both socialize the guidelines, but also help countries advance in their adaptation work. And not just by the leg, but there are many actors in the room. There's the Adaptation Committee, there's FWG, and a number of other constituted bodies and organizations that have support programs, etc. I think we do need to collectively look at what are the urgent things that must be addressed. We cannot continue doing the same thing and expect different outcomes. Some famous guy said something similar to that. So I think that we can all accept that after 12, 14 years, some things have not worked, and we can't simply continue to walk the same path. We do need to transform and disrupt how some things are undertaken, and then perhaps this will lead us into the next session after tea, where we'll look at this more concretely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that reflections and answers to the questions. And colleagues, I didn't announce that this discussion is facilitated by simultaneous interpretation or translation. So it is in English, Spanish, and also in French. So please utilize that. If you don't have a facility with you, please take this, bring this with you to facilitate our communication in the plenary. And it's time for us to have a coffee break. So we will have a 15-minute coffee break. And please come back at 11 o'clock so that we can continue discuss is related to visioning of successful NAPs by 2030, 2035. That was also risen by some colleagues with regard to how to visioning the NAPS. So this is time for coffee break. And we hope that Colombia will be also sharing the experience in the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Hmm? Hey. Du siehst richtig gut aus. Ich hör dich leider nicht so gut.
Ich fühle mich gar nicht gut.
Okay. Hast du eine Ibu mit dabei? Ja, gut.
Colleagues, welcome back from our coffee break. I do hope that you did enjoy your coffee and tea, so that when it comes to our discussion, you will have good spirit and energetic to follow the discussions and also to provide your inputs into the NAP guidelines. Can I kindly request you to take your seats so that we can start our next topic very quickly. The topic of visioning a successful NAP by 2030, 2035. It was also part of the question, so we can just go through this directly, and then afterwards we open the discussion, and then we conclude this visioning issue, and we go for the next presentation or next topic for discussion, that is implementation and resource mobilization issues. So without any ado, I would like to invite Paul De Sanker from the Secretariat to bring us through this visioning of successful NAP by 2030, 2035. I think we had a very good discussion about this issue as well, and also some of colleagues, they raised questions on how to address this issue. So Paul, I give you just 5 minutes to go through, and then we will open the discussion. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Let me go back. We realize that there's a number of colleagues online that had also had questions from the previous section. So hopefully when we get to the open discussion, you can also raise your points at that point, but we're trying to keep the time as best as we can. So one of the early steps that the LEG thought about is how to look ahead as to where do we want to be when we grow up? So by 2030, by 2035, how should the landscape of adaptation look like in the country? Basically to provide that link to the goals that are being set under GGA, SDGs and everything else, but to provide a baseline of where you wish to be. So that way that all activities between now and then can work towards achieving that vision. Why the 2 years? I think 2030 is in the GSD, GGA decisions that at that point every country should be successfully implementing the NAP. 2035, I think that points to perhaps where we need to be in terms of mobilizing, catalyzing, support, etc. And I don't need to remind you about the huge amounts of funding that's envisioned to be flowing per year by 2035. If you do the math, then it translates to about $500 million to $1 billion a year that every country should be mobilizing, catalyzing, etc. for adaptation. That is not a small amount of money. I think that's quite significant, but it does require a change in how we approach adaptation. I think that it does require that we transform our thinking into a different level or a different scale of support that should be accessed, mobilized, but also absorbed in the countries. So we can then look at what are some of the potential driving factors for that successful stage of adapting well at that stage. What capacities do we need to very quickly build and enhance in order to do that well? So these are a selection of some of the key features. I think we heard reference to the political will and awareness of climate to be able to prioritize it within the countries. it's not as simple as just telling policymakers that adaptation is important, then you need to do it. I think we do need to build that awareness and ownership of the issue of how climate change is important and should be prioritized in all aspects of development planning and implementation. There are obviously some different types of changes that are anticipated, the chronic changes, this so-called slow onset events should be addressed and should be addressed by 2030, not completely, but there should be activities underway that these things are being looked at and there are measurable benefits in reducing vulnerability, enhancing resilience, and so forth across all the thematic targets of the GGA without impacting development trajectories. I think every country has a development plan that looks at either 2050 or 2040 and so forth that lays out where the country wishes to be. Most LDCs, for instance, would like to see themselves graduate from the group, become low or medium income countries, etc. So these are all things that constrain where the direction of action should help drive that progress. And also by 2030, I think countries should be responding to climate change across the full spectrum of actions that are needed to build resilience. Without breaking ourselves up into these silos, whether it's a NAP, whether it's a disaster response, whether it's a loss and damage thing, but the country is addressing all of this in a coherent manner. That might require steps and then interface to some of the important requirements in different sectors in terms of how they operate within the climate change world, but also outside of it. So linkages with, for instance, the humanitarian response and so forth. And the last point I wanted to make is that the financing needs are being met at scale at that point, using a wide range of sources, so maximizing on what is available under the financial mechanism. And I think some of the calculations point to perhaps that meeting 1/10 of the need of a country. So that will be through the financial mechanism. But the rest of it would need to be catalyzed, mobilized from innovative finance and so forth. Yeah. So this is just to capture the spectrum of response areas from the preemptive actions that then connect well with contingency measures as well as pre-impact activities. There's a lot of progress nowadays, for instance, in anticipatory actions when you know that something is happening, is coming. We know a cyclone is coming, you have 2-3 days, and there's been a lot of progress in improving the effectiveness of support, for instance, by advance funding to allow communities to evacuate, to prepare for impacts that you know are coming, as opposed to waiting for a disaster to happen and then reacting afterwards. So that there is all the spaces for response that must be well coordinated across the different modalities that exist. I mean, we have, of course, the NAP funding for the preemptive activities early on, and then there's opportunities for loss and damage that cut across all of this up until post-impact response, and then humanitarian efforts outside of the convention, etc., that deal with immediate reaction to disasters and so forth. And then the long-term rebuilding and so forth that should feed back into some of the reactive actions that are needed. One of the important aspects in the NAP process is the recognition that capacity should be built, and capacity is a gradual process for any of the aspects. So you don't become fully efficient at any of the steps over a space of 1 year. You have to kind of gradually build up and then build capacity, understanding, awareness, engagement up until you're fully operational, utilizing the widest set of possibilities. So in terms of financing, for instance, a country is not going to jump into innovative finance until they've perhaps utilized the early forms of support through grants. For instance, that's in the early stages of financial maturity would rely a lot more heavily on grants and gradually sort of build up capacity to engage in more innovative and more advanced sources of financing, whether it's bonds or SDRs and all kinds of stuff. And I think if you look at the spectrum of countries, there is that knowledge and experience of where countries are at, and it provides a good learning, a good thing to look towards in terms of using the maximum number of possibilities. I think this capacity building gradient applies to everything else. Where there's human capacity, you don't become an expert at everything in 1 year. So you gradually build up that capacity to do more and more complex tasks and increase numbers, etc. So this is the essence of the NAP process, that you're building capacity over time to become more and more effective and efficient and so on. So in my last 1 minute, how should countries use the updated guidelines compared to the original ones? Especially countries that obviously no one is starting a NAP now. I think everybody is at some stage of the NAP formulation and implementation. How should you apply the new guidelines? These are important questions. So these are different use cases that are covered in the guidelines depending on where you are. I think it's important to state upfront that the expectation is not to stop and change what you're doing, but rather to continue and enhance what you're doing to take advantage of the new lessons learned that are reflected in the guidelines. So if you have a NAP already, I think the idea is to perhaps look at what else do you need to do to ensure that you are succeeding in your implementation strategies. So if you don't have an explicit resource mobilization strategy, you could perhaps sort of map your priorities into a plan to implement and a plan to sort of solicit support and so forth. Second is, if you're in the advanced stages of completing your NAP, you haven't quite finished it, then I think it's good to reflect on the new elements of the guidelines to make sure that it connects you well to the future. If you're in the very early stages of the NAP, a few countries are in that state, then obviously the opportunity is much greater in terms of realigning your work to fit and align with some of the best practices that are being advanced in the new updated guidelines. So it's a continuum of how you engage and connect with the new guidelines, and hopefully this will lead to more streamlined but more effective NAPs in the future. Some countries have actually started to update their NAPs already, so that's another opportunity to integrate the new elements and ensure that the NAP leads to implementation and leads to quantifiable benefits in resilience, vulnerability reduction, etc. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Paul, for this very comprehensive presentation on visioning of the NAPs. And I think this is a very good guiding presentation to at least address some key issues that we need to address for moving forward the NAP implementation and NAP formulation itself, fitting into the 2030-2035 issue. So you also mentioned about slow onset events. So Angela is here, so XCOM is also here. So please discuss about new issues out of this presentation, or at least some key issues that were presented by Paul, linking to technical things that will be helping us to move forward quickly with regard to NAP formulation and NAP implementation. So colleagues, the floor is open, but I see Angela, XCOM. XCOM, you have the floor. Angela, can I invite you to utilize the extend, I think,
yeah,
microphone.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Angela,
if I
can
may...
you just stand up and utilize the extended one? Yeah, that one, because this is for the sake of participation who are, participating this virtually.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Angela Rivera. I'm an EXCOM representative of the Latin American and Caribbean countries. And first of all, let me express my appreciation for the invitation that you made. We are happy to be here, and I'm really happy to share with you some of the work that we have been doing as part of the EXCOM. Those who are not familiar, the EXCOM is the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage. Is the technical arm that provides guidance to the Conference of the Parties in how to address loss and damage. So we are very pleased to be here. Let me highlight perhaps some of the things that we do as part of the EXCOM, and one of them we do recognize, or particularly I recognize that there is a need for countries to manage the whole spectrum of climate impacts, and from preemptive actions to addressing loss and damage. And so when developing national adaptation plans, to take into account opportunities for complementarity with efforts to respond to loss and damage under related work streams. So we have different kind of work streams in the EXCOM. One of them is slow onset event, other is in comprehensive risk management. We have order on a task force on displacement. We have another one on non-economic losses, and the recent, if I can say, which is not recent, an expert group on action and support. So those are the main work streams that we have under the EXCOM, and all of them are working in different kind of technical guidelines. I just want to share with you that the EXCOM recently published 5 knowledge products showcasing good practices and illustrating the spectrum of climate risks, a broad range of responses to loss and damage, and strategies for managing climate-related impacts. One of the key takeaways that I want to share with you from these 5 publications is that the loss and damage is just referred to disaster relief. It encompasses a spectrum of risk and responses, from anticipatory actions and risk reduction to transformative actions and long-term recovery. The main components of the document, which is the main component of this comprehensive risk management and response framework are preemptive action, contingency arrangements, managing impacts, transformative action, and governance. So there is a compendium, and the compendium produced earlier this year demonstrates how a specific risk management tool across the framework might be used to address the 4 dominant forms of loss and damage, which are, in particular, food security due to drought, impacts on human health due to heat waves, infrastructure damage due to floods, and impacts on coastal socio-ecological systems due to sea level rise. So the compendium on comprehensive risk management promotes comprehensive risk management strategies for specific impacts, for hazards, and when managing risk from climate change. It promotes an integrated approach which spans the gaps and overlaps which can arise from applying singular or separated risk management strategies. The complexities produced by such an approach call for purpose useful management of the trade-offs of combining actions, however, initiates to build general resilience and activities in the different comprehensive risk and response management categories can often be designed to address different impacts and risk drivers simultaneously. Just let me highlight that there is another technical guide, include those on economic losses, human mobility, and sea level rise, which can all be used as a resource for the national adaptation plans. The technical guide on integrating human mobility and climate change linkages into relevant national climate change planning is a useful resource that provides operational information and tools for incorporating the topics of human mobility related challenges and opportunities into the national adaptation plans, and provides good examples of countries that integrated human mobility into the NAPs and how they did this. We already have, for instance, some representatives of the IOM. They took part of this process, and we appreciate the support that was provided by them, and perhaps we can exchange more on that guidance that is useful for human mobility and how this can be integrated into the national adaptation plans. And finally, and apologies for taking long, but I think it's very important to share with you what we have doing as one of the subsidiary bodies, or the constitutive bodies, sorry, in the UNFCCC. We remain as EXCOM committed to supporting parties in taking an integrating approach to managing climate risk, enabling transformative resilience, and embedding loss and damage considerations into the national adaptation plans. So thank you so much once again for the invitations, and we look forward to participate in the rest of the session on the national adaptation plans. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angela, for sharing your thoughts and very specifically the works done by the EXCOM with regard to loss and damage in terms of economic and non-economic loss and damage, comprehensive risk management issues, but the most importantly, human mobility's integration into the NAPs. That's quite useful. So we do believe that all those steps and also documents are complementary into the NAP itself. So it will be quite good for us to move NAP formulation and NAP implementation quickly ahead. I thank you very much once again, and now I have a NAP Global Network. But before that, I would like to share with you that this presentation is now online in the event page, so you can also look through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. My name is Mauricio Luna, and I'm going to intervene on behalf of the NAP Global Network. First, we would like to thank the work of the LEG and the Secretariat for putting this work together. And we didn't want to interrupt the coffee break and the country interpretations in the previous session, but based on our experience, we would like to raise a few points on the general points. For example, on the LDC cycle, we think it will be, we wonder if this aligns with the adaptation, iterative adaptation cycle to avoid any confusions on that. A second point, on financing, there is a need to avoid or overemphasize projectization, and therefore some clarity on the project profiles might be required there. On terminology, it might be useful to review the guidelines across to fine-tune some elements of monitoring and evaluation versus monitoring, evaluation, and learning. To give an example, gender sensitive versus gender responsive, and others. Also, we would like to bring to your attention that recently a toolkit on MELD has been published with the Adaptation Committee, and now it's being used. It will be useful to reference this MELD toolkit, which is already available as an online course. And on GESI, we think that the guidelines could benefit from some more integration of gender and GESI elements, and we'll be glad to provide inputs on that. Last but not least, we also think that there could be some kind of work on the terminology and mainstreaming sectors, but also mainstreaming at subnational governments. across the guidelines, just to provide some consistency on the need to mainstream at both sectoral and subnational levels. And just finally, quickly on the deadlines, we understand the deadline of 2025 to be a strong encouragement and not a hard deadline to countries, recognizing the processes the countries have and the different needs and the different stages they're at. So thank you very much again. We're very happy to provide these inputs throughout the day, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much for your contribution from the NAP Global Network perspective with regard to key points. One of them is financing, and also another one is gender responsive. But the last one is also quite critical. Toolkits developed by the Adaptation Committee. So those are well noted. And since you mentioned about toolkits prepared by the Adaptation Committee on the NELs, let me also invite the co-chairs of the Adaptation Committee, Madam Rita, to provide your further comments on this issue. Madam, you have the floor. Brita, Madam Brita, yeah. Oh, yeah, co-chair first and Brita later on, yeah. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure. Yes, we also have advanced in several products throughout the last few years. We have the toolkit that was mentioned earlier that is very important and very useful for the process of the national adaptation planning. Also, we have a 30-year report of adaptation that is very important to take a look at, as well as we have a report, we did also a document on indigenous knowledge, which would be very useful for the processes of including equity in all the national adaptation plans with the knowledge of indigenous people. Also, we have been paying much attention to the GGA, the Global Goal on Adaptation, and we were waiting for the report of indicators that came out yesterday, and we are analyzing it. And of course, we are open to continue working closely with the LEG. We have exchanged information in each of our meetings, and therefore we continue to work closely with the committee of the LEG as well as other committees in which we try to advance in more coordination and coherence as well as the PCCB. So we are working closely with everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, co-chair of Adaptation Committee, for that very useful points you raised, and those are well noted. And may I invite Brita online to provide your comments or question, followed by UNEP. Brita, UNEP, and then colleagues down there.
Yes, good evening from Germany. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay,
please.
thank you very much. Yeah, first of all, thank you to you, Adao, and colleagues and the Secretariat for offering us this opportunity to provide feedback on all the work that had gone into the new draft and updating it. It's really good and it's really timely. So thanks a lot to everyone, and hello again to colleagues in the room and online. Actually, it fits quite well that I can come also after Rita and after all the colleagues have spoken. And I'd like to address two further points and add to what Rita has just said. And in the introduction, Paul mentioned that the NAP is an umbrella process. So the NAP guidelines also to a certain extent are an umbrella guideline. And a key question is what level of detail can or should the NAP guidelines have? And that's probably relates also to the point that our colleague from UNDP made, and the suggestion, for example, to include boxes with links to existing toolboxes and guidance documents. Now, Paul highlighted the available material from the LEG, Angela from the WIM XCOM, Rita highlighted some, and our colleagues from the NAP Global Network that the AC has been doing, including on monitoring and evaluation. And in that regard, I'd like to complement and share information on two further activities that are relevant in this context. So the Adaptation Committee, in collaboration with the NAP Task Force, has decided to regularly update its online resource navigating the landscape of support for the process to formulate and implement national adaptation plans. And this aims at compiling an overview and access to information on support opportunities for national adaptation planning. And this work also happens in the context of the AC's mandate, so to foster coherence and collaboration, because it's very important that we also use the existing guidance documents and work in a complementary way, and thereby also ensure that we always have the best quality, of course, available. And here a lot of work is ongoing, including then by agencies that are also in the room. For example, there's guidance from FAO, there's guidance on risk assessment from UNDRR, and then, of course, there is also guidance from the funds themselves. So the NAP Task Force members are the AC, the LEG, the Standing Committee on Finance, the Technology Executive Committee, the Adaptation Fund, the GEF, the GCF, and then we have contributors from the CGE, the WIM XCOM, the Facilitative Working Group of Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform, and the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. And what we have decided is that we will present this online resource, Navigating the Landscape of Support, at the upcoming next NAP Expo in Zambia. And we would like to seek feedback on how to improve the online resource. And that is an activity that we would like to undertake regularly so that we ensure that we have the best available information in one hand. And here we are also considering, for example, to what extent we can integrate available information on the themes, for example, in such an online resource. Is it useful? How could that work in a good manner? And these are questions we are looking into, and it would be very good also to get your feedback and views on this. And also maybe in the context of this workshop, so linked to the question, what level of detail can the NAP guidelines cover, and what maybe can be covered, including by these online resources that provides a broader overview. And that, of course, also links a bit to this session on questions about access to finance, because there in the NAP Task Force, for example, all the funds are represented, and they can, of course, provide the best available information here. And the second opportunity is that the AC, in collaboration with the CGE and LEG, have received a CMA mandate to support the implementation of the UAE Framework for Global Climate Resilience with technical guidance and training materials. And so what we as AC did is to look into what guidance is already available and what else is needed. And we organized a site event and an extensive survey to compile available information. The responses we got will be published soon. However, we also, on some of the responses we got, my impression is that these could well be addressed by the NAP guidelines as such. And these included requests for information, for example, on synergies with other frameworks, an issue that Paul mentioned in relation also to the I-frame. Then on gender inclusion, gender transformative planning, how to avoid maladaptation, how to look into vertical integration. That's a point that our colleague from Uganda mentioned in the first session, or, for example, transboundary vulnerability. And I'm just highlighting some of the information requests that we got. You also find further information on that and all the results in the respective strategy paper. It's all on the webpage of our last AC meeting, AC 27. And the question from my side would be also to participants. So are these umbrella related aspects like synergies, maladaptation, vertical integration, are these sufficiently addressed by the NAP guidelines? Because of course this would be an excellent opportunity to do so, as we also need to avoid that we unnecessarily duplicate, for example, guideline documents, so that we ensure that we have an efficient approach here and work in a complementary manner. So thanks again, and back to you, Adao.
Thank you very much, Rita, for that very useful comments and raising key critical points that will be also utilized as part of complementarity issues, and then it will be also useful to be shared among different constituent bodies at the NAP expos that will be happening this year and up to next year. That will be also useful. And let me invite UNEP colleague and followed by colleagues in the middle, and then I could conclude. Yeah. So UNEP, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much for all the information, Co-Chair, and thanks obviously for the guidelines. I think it's very useful for the countries and for us, the agencies working on the NAP side. I just want to approach into 3 aspects that I think are relevant. First of all, I can see by the guidelines that is general guidelines about how to approach the adaptation processes in the countries. It will be also great to think somehow, I know it's quite challenging, but to think about how to standardize these NAP processes along the different countries. I think it will be great to compare different countries that, for example, we can compare Dominican Republic with Uganda, with Panama, with Nepal. We only can do it if we standardize somehow the steps to develop a national adaptation plan or even adaptation processes along the way. That's the first thing. The second one, it's about UNEP and all the experience that we have around the world. I can talk not just about the regional portfolio that we have in Latin America, but also we have been working in Asia and Africa, supporting countries to develop their national adaptation plans. And we also have information about how to engage, for example, the private sector in different plans. I think it's quite important for these processes to understand what the private companies are thinking and how they are working on adaptation processes themselves. We also have information about how to align the NDC 3.0 process with the national adaptation plans. And we are working very hard, actually, on how to harmonize these documents and how to harmonize the ideas to update the NDC documents with the adaptation plans, not just as a chapter or episode in the document of the NDC, but also as policies that need to work together. And finally, in the regional office, we are working on an observatory of adaptation. And the main idea of this observatory is to collect information from the NAPs in the 5 countries that we coordinate here in Central America, and how these information and how these documents or these outcomes from the adaptation processes and the projects support the information and work together with the global goal on adaptation and other global indicators, just to understand how the NAP processes in the region are aligned and harmonized with the global goal on adaptation and other indicators. I think that will be great to share that information with you eventually, and as well as the documents that we have been developing in UNEP.
Thank you very much, UNEP, for sharing that information and the documents. Please share with us the documents that you mentioned, and you didn't mention some of them, but that will be also really good as additional documents to complement each other to move NAP quickly forward. And of course, your assistance on some countries to formulate and implement NAPs are critically important across the regions and also continents. So those are critically important. So once again, thank you very much for that. Now, lastly, I could invite colleagues, please introduce yourself from which entity and then your question and comments. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Sebastián Rodriguez. I come from the Latin American and the Caribbean Development Bank, CAF. I want to first of all thank you for organizing this event and for the LEG group for launching the updated NAP guidelines. As I join my colleagues in saying that this is very important for us, for the agencies and the multilateral development banks that are cooperating with the countries in the design and implementation of national adaptation processes. And I want to be very brief. I just have two questions. The first one is, how are these guidelines considering integrating climate change criteria into national budgeting at different scales so that public budgets are realigned with adaptation goals? As you mentioned, the international sources, we have to be more creative, not just depend on external sources for fighting adaptation, but also look to our national budgets and see how we can realign them to start building resilience from the start, from the planning. And also, I wanted to highlight something that my colleague from UNEP said about the private sector and how are these guidelines considering the engagement with the private sector to mobilize additional resources through innovative financial mechanisms. I think that's also very important to highlight and also to bring these actors into the discussion for implementation of the NAPs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your points. I think your comments are useful, and also your two questions are also there. But in fact, the involvement of private sector in the NAP implementation will be also quite useful. But let me invite Paul to provide reflections and also answer towards some questions, and also your reflections towards some complementarity issues from different constituted bodies under the Convention. Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have much to add other than to, I think, appreciate the feedback and the good suggestions for additional resources, etc. The LEG was very much guided by the notion that the guidelines should be simple, straightforward, and not try to map everything that's going on to support adaptation work. So we try to keep them simple and straightforward, but we do realize that there's need for additional materials, and perhaps the online materials on NAP Central should then expand on some of these toolkits and resources, etc., opportunities for engagement of particular groups like the private sector, as mentioned just now, and so forth. So I think that there's room for a lot of additional materials that should be provided in the wake of all the different constituted bodies that's directly relevant to inform this, without making the process more complicated than it already is. The NAP Expo, I think it's a wonderful opportunity to also improve this learning from each other and to discuss more topics in depth. So we hope that the next Expo in August will actually delve deeper into some of these topics. There are also, I think, ideas for supplementary materials. For instance, the topic on how to engage the private sector to mobilize additional resources. So I think that's perhaps a topic that's rich for a more in-depth coverage that cannot be included in these guidelines for now, because it's an area that is perhaps quite specific, and we look forward to perhaps the regional banks, development banks, to help us navigate that interesting avenue of work. There are a lot of comments made about what else should be included, and I think there are aspects of many of these sort of referred to, but I think that we have to perhaps also focus on how do we assist countries finalize their NAPs for submission by end of this year, and then how do we help them fully implement their NAPs by 2030. I think that should be perhaps the two primary objectives and targets, and then everything else should kind of work towards ensuring that this happens. The LDCs, but also other developing countries, as we're hearing, that it's not just the LDCs that will require this additional support. So hopefully, I think all our efforts and all the available avenues of support can be redirected to make sure that countries make progress in addressing their vulnerabilities and risks, and we make quite good progress by these deadlines that have been set by parties. So thank you, Chair. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Paul, for your reflections and also trying to answer some questions raised by different colleagues around the corridor. So once again, thank you very much. Colleagues, thank you for all of your contributions, your inputs, and I believe that this discussion is forward-looking discussion towards speeding up of the NAP formulation and NAP implementation processes. And then I think visioning NAP by 2030, 2035 will be depending on all of your contributions, especially constituted bodies under the convention, and also parties and even private sector's involvement into this process. That will be really, really good. So I do think that our discussions and reflections toward these documents are critically important, and then some of the comments are close related to implementation and resource mobilization issues that will be happened after this discussion. So let me thank you once again for all your contributions. To conclude, I think before the lunch break, we still have one more topics to be discussed. That is implementation, resource mobilization, that will be facilitated by my Vice Chair, Franz. So thank you very much. And Franz, I would like to invite you to take the floor here.
Thank you, Chair Adao, distinguished participants. My name is Mukwena Franz from Lesotho. I am the Vice Chair of the Least Developed Countries Expert Group, and we are now going to change focus to resource mobilization and implementation of national adaptation plans, and we shall begin with a presentation to frame our discussions. So I would like to invite my fellow LEC member, Mr. Kenneth Duluska, to give us a presentation on this important section of the guideline. Kenneth, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mokwena, and hello, everyone. So this morning, Paul took that, provide a good overview on the NAP updated guideline, and doing this overview presentation, he also touched upon the need for implementations, and this section is about how to move from formulation to implementation, and this is a very strategic element of the process, of the NAP process, to ensure that we can really, or countries, notably the LDCs, can really transform their NAP into concrete action on the ground. And also, Paul touched upon some key challenges in trying to transition from NAP formulation to NAP implementation. So doing this, my presentation, so I will touch upon some key elements of this critical step when it comes to the NAP process. So I will now explore the different elements and strategy to answer the question on what is the most appropriate approach or approaches to ensure full implementation of the NAP. So as you can imagine, that there is no one-size-fits-all approach, so it will depend on the context. But there are some key aspects that a country will need to consider in order to efficiently implement the priority action in the NAP. The first one is really to have an idea of the present climate situation, excuse me, but also what could be or what will be the future climate condition. So that understanding will allow us to come up with a robust adaptation action or intervention. And also, this is a way to look at the essential national level action. So what needs to be done at the national level to really take into consideration those involving climate hazard. And also that will lead us to identify which priority action to deliver on each GGA thematic target, and also how these can help us in attain or ensuring safeguard sustainable development goal. And one key aspect also that we need to consider, that we have to go beyond 2030. So we know that the process is about short-term and medium-term, but also long-term action. So we need to think beyond these timescale horizon, beyond 2030, in order to anticipate new vulnerabilities and ensure long-term resilience, and hence avoid maladaptation. On the financial aspect, I think this has been also mentioned during the presentation of this morning. So we have to try to map out the mix of
financial instruments. So we are very used to grant loans, but we have to be innovative when it comes to financial instruments that can be mobilized in order to fully implement the action embedded in the NAP. And on this, I think good implementation should also catalyze wider shift in development pathway toward long-term prosperity and resilience. So this is aligned with the long-term aspect when it comes to NAP implementation. So on the implementation strategy, some key elements, so I want to share with you in terms of approaches. So we will have to decide on how we want to approach NAP implementation. So that can be, we can have a sectoral approach, we can also have a thematic approach, and also a geographical approach. So it will depend on the context and the nature of the NAP that needs to be implemented. And on the approaches, so we have to also go beyond finance. So NAP implementation is not only about finance. So I think this has been clearly mentioned during the morning presentation that we need also capacity building. I heard some colleagues from notably Uganda and Ghana spoke about capacity building. So those elements are critically important when it comes to NAP implementation. So finance is also important, but this is not the only important thing. And also the institutional aspect, so we have to ensure that the clear role, responsibilities, and mandate are defined within the NAP. So this is a way to ease the implementation of the priority action identified in the NAP. And also the involvement of private sector. This issue has been raised. So those are key stakeholders that need to be involved in the NAP implementation process, as well as the indigenous people, CSOs, civil society, and also local communities. Now on our resource mobilization strategy, this is how we're going to plan how to pay for implementation. Where are we going to have the finance, the necessary finance to implement the priority action in the NAP? So in this mobilization strategy, we will country will also have to link or to try at least link each priority action to the most suitable sources. For example, is this action be more appropriate to be financed by the GCF or the JEF, or by the multilateral or bilateral banks, or through national budget, or through private investors, or through philanthropies? So this mapping is a key step to ensure that we are aligning, or we are linking key action to appropriate sources of funding. And also, this is where we will try also to provide realistic budget for each adaptation priority action. So this is what a cost estimation is a critical step also in the process of resource mobilization strategy. So if we don't have any idea, or if we don't have a very general idea on how much the implementation will cost a country, so it will be very difficult to come up with a good resource mobilization strategy, and hence so that will at some instance jeopardize the implementation of the NAP. So costing of adaptation is also critically important when it comes to the elaboration or the development of a resource mobilization strategy. And once again, on the financing aspect, so we have to try to go beyond loans and beyond grants and concessional loans. So we have to think of some innovative financial instruments. For example, aspect related to result-based payment, corporate partnership, carbon market. So there's a lot of financial instrument out there that can be explored to capture all the financial instrument necessary to implement the NAP. So we cannot rely only on grant and loans and only on public sources. As Paul mentioned, so we know we won't be able to achieve or to fulfill all the needs through public funding. So we'll have to be innovative and think of very concrete, innovative financial instruments. And on this, the leg as a very interesting tool that I encourage you to consult if you haven't do so. So this tool is a finance mapping tool where the leg I've tried to match or to identify some key funding sources, as you can see here. So we have multilateral funds, we have the MDBs, we have also the bilateral funds. So these document is important not only for LDC but for all the developing countries. So where they can clearly identify the appropriate sources and try to map that with, as I said before, with some priority adaptation action. And in this tool also, there's information related to the modalities of those funding sources. So that brings me, co-chair, to the end of my presentation, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the round of applause. Thank you, Kenel, for the presentation, and I want to now to open the floor for any questions to this presentation, and I would want to encourage colleagues to be brief and straight to the point as we ask questions or make our inputs. You will appreciate that we are somehow behind time, so I would want us to be straight to the point. We have, the floor is open. I see the Gambia. And colleagues, please utilize the mics that are on the floor. I can see there's a hand at the back. The Gambia, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, moderator. I will try to be as succinct as possible, but I think also we should not trade precise to saying what is necessary also. I just want to make one point regarding the implementation. And by the way, I think the new guidelines also should have some positive impact on resource mobilization, otherwise the whole purpose will be defeated. Just to reflect on the fact that we have been developing different strategies, including the GCF work program, the NAPA, and now we are up to the NAPS. The problem is, how do we implement these things? One of the biggest problems we have is capacity. And Capacity in the sense that, yes, Article 9 is not being implemented as it should be, but also there are resources lodged with several climate finance mechanisms, but they cannot be properly tapped by developing countries because of capacity to develop bankable project proposals. And the issue of trying to complement, public finance, or let's say the regular climate finance with other means of implementation, for example, carbon credit, the same issue of capacity is a concern, because carbon credit is very dynamic and is very technical. So most of the time, countries will go for a voluntary carbon market because that's where the investors are interested in. And most of the time, there are serious exploitation because there is disparity in technical capacity in terms of commercial, legal, and even contractual management. So I want you to kindly reflect on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the Gambia, for the question. Now I give the floor to Maldives.
Thank you, Chair, Facilitator. Just a quick observation. When you presented on the implementation strategy, I did see the assessments of vulnerability, but then just from a practical perspective, or at least the implementation perspective experience, I often see that having the kind of broad band of vulnerability does not quite reflect or attract the investments. So my concern is that I don't feel, at least from my perspective, if you look at the past history, or if you go to any financial institutions, the moment that you show the vulnerability context and that you're vulnerable, the investment or the challenge is high. So I don't know, from a practical perspective, I think we need to find a more positive narrative is to attract the investments or implementers. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the statistics, even one of my colleagues from the SIDS presented yesterday that as of now, not even 2% has channeled to adaptation for SIDS, although we've been on the front lines. So I honestly don't think if the way that, I've been in this long enough to understand, but I feel that, the more that we, portray the vulnerability, the risk, of course, there is scientific facts, the vulnerability. But when it comes to presenting to the investors, it does not attract anything, and it creates more risks. So at least from my perspective, that has been one of the challenges, and that is why we have been unable to implement. If you look at the entire history, even from the NAPA onwards, how many countries have been able to implement even a single project? Because we portray the entirety of the risk, and nobody wants to come and help in a risky situation. So think about it, and then just a food for thought, and then a more positive tone at least could provide us on fast or at-scale implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Maldives, for the question. And I will take the last speaker who is online. Oh, I want to take the speaker who is online, Saudi Arabia, and then will be followed by Ghana. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Makwena, for the presentation. Very comprehensive, and you have addressed a lot of the important elements when it comes to the implementation of national adaptation plans. I think your discussion around the resource mobilization strategy, of course, at the end of the day, it's countries within their own national determined manner. They will decide how they finance their project, but we appreciate the connection with all of the CCC financial mechanism windows under the GCAF Adaptation Fund and other mechanisms. When it comes to something similar to what my colleague from the Maldives have highlighted, I think this is a question that requires possible response from like knowledgeable response from your side, just to have a clarity on how risk assessment have impacted the attractiveness of finance being flowing to adaptation, while we may not have to face this issue under the financial mechanisms of the UNFCCC, given the different windows that we have under the GCF and Adaptation Fund and others. This is just possibly an enlightening response that will help us also when we navigate the implementation of our national adaptation plans. On the capacity gaps, and I think you have highlighted something very important on the assessment side. We just recognize that one of the capacity gaps in the implementation of NAPs is the limited ability of many countries to assess and understand the impacts associated with different levels of temperature increase, particularly as they relate to adaptation needs. This is something that we saw a lot of gaps, at least within our region, where when you are looking at, let's say, an average global warming of 1.5 or 1.7 or 1.8, how can you assess your adaptation needs and actually provide options and solutions and projects that will bridge or enhance your adaptive capacity to such temperature increase? This is one of the things that we have faced difficulties with, and I believe with such work, I'm sure that such gap will be addressed hopefully within this guidelines. The other thing, and I think Paul have highlighted before, which is the cost associated, how to cost adaptation measures and actions. It has been very technically challenging to cost adaptation action across the board beyond a specific project. So I think capacity building and resources towards that will help put the country at a better stage to get the funding needs, but also actually scale up their adaptation measures and be able to adapt adapt to climate change impact. I'll stop there and thank you very much.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. I give the floor to Ghana.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Excuse me. I recognize the strategy, the resource mobilization strategy, and the table that you had when it comes to the financial mechanisms and the MDBs. I think is a straightforward process. But I always have some challenges with the innovative sources that we are talking about, particularly private sector and philanthropies. I was on the Adaptation Fund board, and within resource mobilization at some point, we wanted to include some philanthropies. I think there's more work to be done when it comes to the philanthropies and the private sector, because it wasn't very easy getting resources from the philanthropies as we expected. So I think that there's more work to be done in terms of trying to get resources from philanthropies as well as the private sector, which I think it's even more, it may be more difficult, because when you look at private sector, if they want to do something, their priority is the profit-making thing. But when you look at adaptation, it's really challenging for private sector to come and do something where it knows that it's not getting anything out of it. So I think that there's a lot more work to be done in terms of these innovative sources that we are all trying to figure out how to get more resources for us to be able to implement our adaptation actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. In the interest of time, I've noted there were other hands, and I want now to give the floor to Kennel to respond to the questions, and the other hands that I have noted, we will have time after the countries that are selected to share their experiences, and then after that we will come back to questions. But for now, Kennel, you have the floor to respond to the question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mokoena. Yeah, I'll try to provide some answers to the question raised, and I will after that invite Paul for any further thought or clarification. So I think the question related at some instance, so because they are based on both capacity building and also how to leverage those innovative sources of finance, and also the narrative on when it's come to NAP implementation. So yeah, as the minister said, so I tend to agree that, yeah, we have to change the narrative on how we communicate on NAP implementation or the money that we need for NAP implementation. And in the guideline, we do have elements that address the benefits of adaptation. But I agree with you that the narrative need to be changed. But the idea to present the vulnerabilities at the beginning, it's because also some multilateral funding mechanism request a country to show that this project is a climate change project, is a climate project. So we need to showcase the vulnerabilities to give the confidence that what we are doing is not something else than fighting climate change or adapting to climate change. So we need a rationale behind that. So to show the vulnerabilities and to see, to showcase how the action are aligning with the vulnerabilities, how we are responding to the vulnerabilities. So this is one of the reasons that we need, or we think that it's important to present also the vulnerabilities. But I definitely agree that the narrative has to be changed to really present the benefits of adaptation, not only the vulnerabilities, but how beneficial can be the adaptation action. So and thanks for that. So, and on the innovative sources, yeah, I agree. So that, as Ghana said, that more work that need to be done to attract more money from the philanthropies, and this is at some instances related to the narrative, how we are presenting the issue to those philanthropies. So we have to put more emphasis on the benefits, not only talking about vulnerabilities, but on the benefits also. And also, I think one of the key challenges that can explain the difficulties in involving the private sector is because of the narrative also, because private sector is interested by benefit or the return on the investment. So if they are not showing, if they are not seeing any return on the benefits, so they probably won't be willing to provide money. So the narrative, once again, need to be changed to present more aspect related to the benefits of adaptation. And yes, on the carbon credit difficulties, yeah, it's a very challenging financial instrument, and that come with issues related to permanence and among others. So, and capacity building is also critically important to ensure that the country are in a position to leverage all the financial instruments, including carbon credit. There's also legal aspect related to that. Yeah, and on as this question, yes, when we are when we are designing the adaptation action, we have to ensure also that those actions are aligned with the Paris Agreement temperature goal, but also on the anticipated increase in temperature. Yes, we have to remember that a NAP document has to try to address not only short-term condition, but also more long-term condition. And these long-term temperature increase has to be taken into consideration in order to avoid, once again, maladaptation. So I think, Coach, I cover most of the points, and I will hand it over to Paul for any further clarification. Thanks.
Thank you, Kendall. And the only thing I can add is perhaps the approach in the guidelines to now shift towards implementation as another major process by itself that requires perhaps similar depth of support and consideration as the formulation that has taken place over the last year. So just to remind support agencies that there is a call for creation of support programs to support implementation of NAPs from the Dubai COP. So hopefully that the agencies are thinking about what is the next wave of support programs that can be created to address the issues that are coming up. I think Ghana, you said it very well that countries perhaps understand the challenges, etc., to do with the financial mechanism funds, but now there's other sources of capital do require a deeper thinking, capacity building, awareness raising, etc., to fully engage and utilize them. So I think the opportunity going forward should be really to see how can the LDCs and other countries be supported to implement, as opposed to going back to formulating and doing assessments, etc. So the opportunity is there to build the next wave of capacity that's needed and required to do this well. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenneth and Paul, for the responses. And colleagues, I now want to invite representatives of the following countries to share their experiences on implementing their national adaptation plans. And we'll get back to the question and answers after their presentations. Now, these countries are Colombia, Haiti, Togo, and Zambia. I would maybe encourage representatives of these countries to utilize the mics that are in the room. Anyone that is close to you, you can use it. I will invite countries in this order: Colombia, and then it will be followed by Haiti, then it will be Togo and Zambia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por invitarnos a compartir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having invited us to share Colombia's experience in terms of the formulation and implementation of the National Adaptation Plan. We deeply value all the efforts that have been received in preparing this formulation process, but we are aware that our greatest challenge and the one that will guide our conversation towards Belén do Pará is how to accelerate the implementation of every one of the actions contemplated in the National Adaptation Plan. Colombia presented its first version of the NAP in 2012, and it was updated in 2016, following the identification of some critical elements and strategic lines. And we are currently moving forward in the evaluation process. Against this backdrop, there are some messages we would like to share because we consider them to be key. First, we consider it essential to update and provide further critical adaptation actions related to the incorporation of differential approaches, advances in neglected sectors, the convergence in territorial sectorial priorities, as well as suggestions and experiences on aligning the NDC goals, the long-term climate strategy and national adaptation plan. We continue to require technical and financial support in order to move forward on the implementation of the strategic lines identified in the NAP. Particularly, we face significant challenges when it comes to innovation, research, identification of investments, education, the prioritization of sectorial and territorial plans. All of this must be incorporated urgently and translate into resilience and economic opportunities as the only way to achieve a just transition. Our national adaptation plan has also involved the private sector. This has allowed to align some resilient investments and build a shared sustainable development view that goes beyond the public sector. Along the same lines, we would like to emphasize the importance that we saw this morning of integrating, for instance, traditional and indigenous knowledge in every one of our efforts. We encourage promoting the incorporation and participation of representatives of these communities in decision-making spaces to act as technical guides in the convention to make sure that their valuable perspectives are reflected in the guidelines and are also incorporated in the development of follow-up indicators. Additionally, we would like to highlight that another one of our challenges is to achieve an effective articulation in the process of formulation, implementation, follow-up, and assessment of adaptation and multi-sectoral actions. We've heard that many efforts have focused on supporting the formulation of plans, but monitoring and assessment continue to be a challenge, particularly for least advanced countries. Colombia has moved forward in building the integrated system on information on vulnerability, risk, and adaptation, prioritizing the analysis on the OID dimensions that are aligned with the indicators currently discussed in the work program. In this regard, we've managed to succeed in some areas such as ecosystem, human health, and water resources that we hope may also be taken into consideration by expert groups. Finally, we consider it essential to focus on the effort to understand that the process for formulation and implementation of national adaptation plans goes far beyond the development and use of indicators. It's about building sound information flows, institutional processes capable of effecting impact and identify the needs for updating and guarantee consistency with sectorial policies and development policies. That be the only way to achieve truly transformative adaptation, which is the true challenge for every developing country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colombia, for sharing that valuable experiences. Now, may I invite the representative of Haiti to share their experiences. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Sorry, I'm going to speak French. Le processus d'élaboration du PNIT,
the formulating process was a participative process. So based on this participative approach, we took into account the recommendation of several stakeholders, for instance, the civil societies, the grassroots, local and regional organizations, as well as our partners, our financial and technical partners, while involving all the ministries of our country. Along the same line, we kept the same strategy, aiming at involving stakeholders as part of the implementation of the NAP. So we have taken several actions based on the priority sectors that have been defined by the participants, notably agriculture, water, health, and infrastructures that are the most vulnerable aspects related to the Haitian climate context. Our roadmap for the NAP goes from 2022 to 2030. We are now in 2025, and I will try to keep you abreast of some of the important actions we have taken as part of the institutional front. It is very important as part of the implementation of the NAPs at the local level, given that we do not have a legal framework for the issue of climate change. It was decided to implement or to operationalize the National Commission for Climate Change. Until date, we are yet to finalizing the executive order operationalizing this very important commission for the implementation of the NAP. Regarding capacity building, in spite of the low means that the country has, we've been working with international agencies such as Global Network. We worked on several public outreach workshops at local and regional level. We have already crafted the gender action plan for climate change. And regarding transparency, in order to make available access to data, we have set up a platform for information system in the environmental sector, which is paramount. We also have the idea to set up a monitoring climate system that is part of the AMCC Plus that supports the implementation of NAPs in Haiti. We're also working on a monitoring financial document that has been drafted with the support of the Green Climate Fund. So this is a Excel files that we use to collect all the climate funds that we get, and this will generate some graphs that will give us a very good idea or overview of how the NAP will be implemented. We also work at operationalizing this MRV system for our country. Till date, it was a plan to set up a M&E plan for the NAP. This is something we have been working on. Last week, we held our first consultation workshop for M&E, and still as part of the last readiness supported by the Green Funds to facilitate the implementation of the NAP, we have decided to develop 3 conceptual notes after conducting some consultation at local and national and regional level. We get some support from the Global Fund, from the Green Funds, and regarding climate finance, we had to mobilize local stakeholders. We had to mobilize regional and national stakeholders regarding the process for accreditation of local stakeholders, which is important for our country. Now, talking about the limitations regarding the implementation of NAPs in our country, first point is the lack of political stability, as well as the lack of security. And as I said, we do not have any legal framework on climate change in my country. So regarding the facts related to political instability, we need a government that is ready to advance this challenge, but unfortunately, they are not able to finalize it. We also have another constraint on the continuity of governmental action. And you have to know that as part of the development of the NAPs, we have identified some key measures depending on the needs of the 10 departments of our country. So now that we know that there is a limitation to implement some actions, we also have another challenge regarding capacity building. We have internal and external migration problem. And within the public administration, there is a brain drain, and we do not have much top executive available in our country. Several humanitarian programs do influence these programs. With the recent decision of the Biden administration, it has prevented our actions related to climate change. We also have another policy that aims at founding climate change. You know that when we talk about adaptation, it is quite challenging because the actions that we take do not reap any good benefits. So this is not favorable. This is not favorable for the private sector because the private sector is seeking profit. So what we can say is that we are still mobilizing local entities in order to have direct access to the green climate funds. So this is the current situation. Now, in order to address these issues, we are trying to continue bilateral consultations at national level. So you know that it is challenging to move around the country. That's why we are remaining in touch with the national representatives of those entities. And we also conduct a lot of public outreach on this topic. Let me say that we are having a very good experience as part of how we sensitize on climate change and adaptation at the local and regional level. And we are still seeking for external support. We are still seeking for external funds because we do not have enough local resources. So for adaptation, we need additional resources. And these resources, we are desperately looking for them at the international level. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Haiti, for sharing your experiences. Now may I give the floor to Togo, then followed by Zambia. Thank you.
OK. Merci de m'avoir passé la parole pour présenter le.
Thank you for handing over to me for the presentation of the Togo NAP processes. And as you know, Togo is also involved in the development of NAPs. Togo being a vulnerable country to climate change, after ratifying the Framework Convention of the UN Nations on Climate Change in 1995, and we have also developed the NAP in 2009. Yet, therefore, in 2014, we started implementing this convention. That's why climate change adaptation has a line in our national budget. So regarding the processes, Togo has developed this process by including all sectors. It was an inclusive process. All the sectorial stakeholders were involved. The civil society and the local stakeholders were also part of it. As far as Togo is concerned, when it comes to the integration of this adaptation plan to climate change, we have started a budgetization project that mainstreams or that develop a process for climate change. And it was an inclusive process with all the stakeholders at national and at the sectorial level. We have also made sure to involve the civil society. So again, we can say that just like the other countries, this is an inclusive process that we conducted. Now, talking about resource mobilization, the main issue to date is to get the private sector on board as part of taking action for climate activities. So we can talk about adaptation, but we cannot talk about adaptation without taking into account the social sector. So unfortunately, the private sector is not really favorable in being involved into the social aspect because they don't get any profit from it. So another point related to resource mobilization, Togo, as part of the process, has started a readiness process aiming at getting the accreditation of several stakeholders that are both in the private and the public sector. So since January 2025, we have been able to get the accreditation of a public entity that we call Development Office for Forests that has been accredited to the Green Fund to make sure the country can have direct access to resources. Togo has also started implementing regional adaptation plans with the participation of all the local stakeholders. We started this process last March, and it has led to the implementation of the process. So what are our challenges? The challenges that we faced in developing this process is due to the fact that we have not been able to touch base with several stakeholders within the country because we have some safety issues, some security issues. The jihadists are taking negative action in our country. That's why it's difficult to reach some remote areas. Another challenge that we can consider is that there is a low capacity for our stakeholders to mobilize resources to adaptation. There is also a lack of weather forecast information to measure the vulnerabilities and the adaptation to climate change. Another point to mention is that civil society stakeholders are not very much involved. Apart from this, we also have a low capabilities for the stakeholders to mobilize resources for adaptation actions. Now, what are our needs? We need technical and financial support in order to strengthen the capacities of our stakeholders because as part of the development of NAPS, we resort to the experts. We resort to institutional experts to assess vulnerability and adaptation. Therefore, we need financial support to strengthen the ministerial sectors so we could take over in the adaptation processes. So this is in a nutshell what I can say regarding how the NAP is implemented in Togo.
Thank you, Togo, for sharing your experiences. Now I go to the last speaker, which is Zambia.
There we go. Thank you very much. First of all, just to mention that Zambia developed and submitted its National Adaptation Plan in November 2023. And our NAP outlines the medium to long-term strategies to enhance resilience. So we mostly focused on sectors including agriculture, health, water, and infrastructure, just among a few others. One thing that we focused on was identifying key vulnerabilities, which include, for instance, droughts and floods that most of us may have heard of, and extreme temperatures. We have also proposed targeted adaptation actions, resource mobilization, and institutional coordination. I note that many of us have referred to most of these challenges here. I'll try and focus on the questions on the screen. So I'll share a few of our experiences in implementing the NAP. One of the key fundamental successes was the strong political will and leadership that was shown through our government institutions. We found that it was useful in the NAP process to ensure integration of national systems and enhance sectoral capacity for adaptation planning. The second success and experience which was valuable was the inclusive stakeholder engagement. Engaging with communities, civil society organizations, local governments was crucial both in the development but also in the implementation. The inclusive approach has improved the relevance and sustainability of adaptation measures. While we face challenges, we recognize that co-creation, co-designing, and co-implementation with local communities and relevant stakeholders has proved to be progressive in this approach. The third experience has been the integration into national planning. Zambia, over years, develops what it calls our national development plans. We are currently at the 8th national development plan. And so the NAP was aligned with the 8th national development plan. And this has supported facilitating the mainstreaming of climate adaptation into national development priorities. The fourth has been the development of the monitoring and evaluating and learning framework. We've spoken a lot about it earlier with the interventions from Ghana and Uganda, for instance. Zambia continues to emphasize the importance of a robust monitoring and evaluation system to track adaptation progress, involving substantial stakeholders to ensure comprehensive data collection and analysis. Finally, there is a strong emphasis on capacity building, both at development but also implementation phases. And this is not only capacity building for government officials or policy makers, but also for key stakeholders, including local communities. And in the relevant countries, I would mention indigenous people as well. And so our training programs have been implemented to enhance technical skills of government officials, stakeholders, particularly in impact and climate sensitive planning. Finally, I'd like to just address some of the challenges, and this will respond to the second question, what could help to speed up full implementation of NAPs? So one of the key challenges we faced, and we have already referred to this, was the capacity constraints at subnational level. There is limited technical capacity and resources at local levels which affect effective implementation of our monitoring and evaluation initiatives of our adaptation measures. We also find that there is need for enhanced policy coherence to ensure alignment and integration of climate adaptation across various sectoral policies and plans requires ongoing coordination and collaboration among stakeholders. Another key challenge which we faced was the data availability and quality issues. There is a strong challenge in accessing up-to-date and reliable climate data, which has impacted the planning and evaluation of adaptation measures. Lastly, our climate-induced disasters are escalating. There's a frequency and intensity of extreme weather events such as floods and droughts, as well as heat waves. And so these disasters are outpacing our adaptation efforts. There is need to improve adaptive infrastructure and resilience of livelihoods. As many have mentioned, we consider it useful to speed up implementation of NAPs, that there should be simplification in the access to climate finance, supporting of locally led adaptation, scaling regional knowledge sharing platforms, and lastly, investing in long-term resilience, not only in short-term responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and to all the presenters as well.
Thank you, Zambia, for sharing those experiences, and thanks to all speakers who have shared the experiences. And may I invite you guys, colleagues, to give a round of applause to our speakers. Thank you. I'm looking at my time. We are left with 8 minutes before lunch. So I want to invite you to the next session, which will be within these 8 minutes. It will be the discussion on area where parties are may need targeted capacity building and technical support to effectively implement their NAPs. The questions will be put on the screen to guide our discussions. But while the questions are being displayed on the screen, may I invite the two hands that we could not give the floor before, maybe after the presentations. Those were the UNDP and FAO. Can you kindly be very short so that we can be able to finish within the time we have? Now, can I start with UNDP, then FAO? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the space, and congratulations to the speakers, really illuminating. So I wanted to answer one of the questions posed by the party of Maldives and many in terms of what does innovative finance look like, and begin to encourage once again, and we can provide a lot of inputs as well from our own best case experiences on how fiscal policy and planning, something that was also mentioned by my CAF colleague, could be created. It seems that there is a lot of need to be able to understand what innovative finance looks like, and how to present the business case for adaptation, how to present vulnerabilities in a way that's different. One of the things we've been exploring is beginning to the cost of inaction. So we've developed a paper with the OECD to be able to share about how these techniques have been done. We've done it through our own, of course, when we're looking for GCF investments. With Cuba, we developed a really interesting cost-benefit analysis that took information from the University of Cantabria. But in short, what I think you need to be able to do is to be able to explain to the private sector what they're losing if they're not going to invest. And then it doesn't become a risk in terms of the government. So it's not just risky to implement, but what are you losing because you're not going in there, and how you can begin to shape this into the financial flows. And like I said, there's a lot of innovation around that experience that I think the guidelines could be able to create a linkage to, or be able to say, or maybe even develop a supplementary guidance that we can talk amongst the various financial parties to really begin to exemplify this through real case experiences, how to present this in a way that actually attracts the financing. Thank you.
Thank you, UNDP, for that valuable input. Now, FAO.
Thank you. On the matter of the funding sources for the resource mobilization strategy, we would like to mention that repurposing or using domestic finance repurposing domestic finance would also be an important flow of funding. When mainstreaming climate change into the different sectors, and having a multi-sectoral NAP would allow for ministers of finance or ministers of economy to understand the needs of finding the adaptation efforts of the different sectors to promote sustainable development. And hence there are opportunities to repurpose this domestic finance, and this is an effort that we, the development agencies, FAO, UNDP, have also a responsibility to provide technical assistance for that. Based on what my colleague from UNDP mentioned, there are a lot of innovative financing, and that would include also the domestic sources of funding. Thank you.
Thanks for those inputs. And now, colleagues, as I mentioned
earlier that now I'm giving it's time for discussions. And now I have 4 minutes. We have 2 important questions on the screen. First is, what are the emerging capacity gaps and obstacles to the effective implementation of NAPs? Second, what are the essential projects implied from the GGA targets and from experience with NAPs to date? So if we can reflect on these questions as we intervene, that would be great. Any flex for the floor? I see we have UNEP. You have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. I think it's important. I want to refer to what my prior colleagues from FAU and UNDP talk about. I think it's really important to improve our capabilities of engaging private sector, but not as a technical speaking. It's how we improve our language when we want to improve the private sector. We usually speak with them or talk to them about vulnerabilities, climate risk management, and I think that's important, but we also have to improve our capability to talk about productivity, improving or about the finance for the private companies. It's how we engage them in their language. Otherwise, we cannot do that. So I think that's really important for capacity building, for us to speak more of a business language when we try to engage and to involve private companies into climate adaptation. I just want to highlight that estimate cost of inaction for countries is really, really important. If we do not understand what are the costs of not acting towards a better adaptation process, it's really damaging for our NAP processes and for our NAP decisions. So I think that's relevant for this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nep. And looking at the time, okay, I'm seeing the last hand. Can I give you 30 seconds to, because I don't want to eat into your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to do that either. I just want to reference the innovative financial instruments for climate adaptation that we put together as the NAPGN, and that might bring some light to some of the questions that were raised here, and you can find it in our website. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you. That is within time. Now I want to give Kenneth also 30 seconds to maybe reflect on the inputs that have come through during this presentation, and then after we would want to invite you for a family photo in front here. So after Kenneth has reflected, we invite you to come upstairs here to have a family photo. Kenneth, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I will take 15 seconds and I will leave the 50 remaining seconds to Paul. Yeah, I think there's three key elements that need to be considered, or that I can consider as a takeaway from what I heard during the exchange that we just had. The first one is on capacity building gap. So that needs to be addressed in order to foster a swift and effective NAP implementation. And there's an issue related to also the financial instruments. So the need to increase the capacity on those financial instruments, but also the need to consider diversification of the different funding sources, how to leverage those sources. And lastly, the communication aspect. How do we change the narrative on the way that we're presenting the NAP document? How are we going to put the focus on the benefit of adaptation instead of insisting on the vulnerability aspect? So thank you very much, Vice Chair. Paul?
Thank you, Carol. Just to add, I think one point was raised by Haiti about how the formulation process was very participatory, and I think it begs the question as we shift into implementation, how will the process of coordinating implementation of adaptation activities in the country also take a similar approach between what the government is doing versus what the MDBs and the private sector and so forth are doing. I think that given the scale of some of those activities, it is quite a challenge, I think, to ensure that implementation of activities are inclusive, they're participatory, and then there's good coordination, etc. I also support loss and damage, and the loss and damage, there's a funding arrangements sort of forum where different actors come together and coordinate the activities. So I wonder if for the NAP whether we can also give some thought to how to do this. And lastly, the issue of capacity. It's easy, I think, to always find the gaps in our capacity to do stuff, but I wonder if there's a question on Mentimeter about perhaps how can we change the mindset and focus on capacities that we do have. As we said earlier, the LDCs have been doing adaptation for the last 20 plus years. Surely there must be some capacities and abilities to succeed, and then perhaps we do need to also pay attention to what are those elements that we have, what positive capacities do we have that we can build on instead of trying to fix the obstacles and challenges that will always exist. So I think let's think about that and then maybe change our way of looking to see. We've been succeeding in some areas. What are the reasons for that success, and how can we scale up those efforts and so forth? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul and Kennel. Colleagues, may I invite you to give them a round of applause, please? Thank you, and another big one for yourselves for active participation. Thank you so much. Now, can I invite you to the podium for a very quick family photo. As you're coming up, maybe just to remind you, after the photo, it will be time for lunch, and we are expected back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Yeah, please quickly come up to the stage, everybody. Hi, everyone. And for those online, it seems like it took us a little bit longer for people to go for lunch this side. We will take another 5 minutes to wait for people to come back to the room. So please bear with us for another 5 minutes, and then we will resume at 10 past. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We will now resume our session for the afternoon. We had very interesting discussions in the morning where we were going through the fundamentals behind the guidelines. And we also now started to go deeper into some of the topics where we looked at the implementation aspects and resource mobilization. We are now going further forward, and we will look at now the recommended contents of a NAP. In fact, in some of the discussions in the morning, there was a comment on how can we standardize the NAPs for the countries to make it easy to follow and exchange experience among the different countries. And what we will present now is a way to get countries to follow a similar template of producing their NAP, which is the recommended table of contents for the NAP. And this recommended table of contents for the NAP borrows from the rich history of experience, as was also emphasized in the morning, that the least developed countries, not only themselves, but many others, have been doing adaptation since 2001. So, which means it is not the first time we'll be doing a national adaptation plan. Actually, this is the 25th year we will be concretely doing those, and hence it is very well known on what is needed and what should go into it. So we will have with us the LEG member, a member of the Least Developed Countries Expert Group, Mr. Ben Yassini, who will take us through the recommended contents of the NAP. So without wasting much time, I will let Ben to walk us through the detailed contents of the NAP. So Ben, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Motome. Colleagues, welcome back. I hope you have had a good lunch. I'll take you through the recommended table of contents. But before I do that, let's remind ourselves that we should treat the NAP as an umbrella program for adaptation. That serves, that actually provides integration for various subnational and sectoral strategies, and also bearing in mind that it should also support transformative adaptation and ensure coherence in national development priorities, particularly also building on robust stakeholder engagement. This will just be key before we look at the contents in the NAP. So, in terms of the recommended contents of the NAP, that's the one listed there. But looking at the revised guidelines, there are a few that I'll point out to actually for us to be able to remember that this is what the revision contains. I think you remember in the morning when Paul presented, there are issues to do with the framework for the NAP, which is on number 4, as well as the implementation strategy. These are already being presented in the area presentations. The issues to do with the resource mobilization strategy, and also the financial requirements. So we'll look at the number 4. I think the other contents are similar to what was in the previous guidelines, but I think for the revised guidelines, the focus, the additional ones are the issues to do with the framework for the NAP. In here, the NAP actually provides an approach for using various points in terms of entry. And this is also to be decided by the countries. And the NAP should also look at adaptation related to the global goal on adaptation, the themes that are there, and also the additional themes that will be taken as cross-cutting issues, and also exploring the issue of a collection of systems. I think in the morning we heard about Nexa's approach, that when we are looking at the contents, we should also include that which sectors, which systems are actually talking to each other, and therefore they should be included as a package in terms of the NAP. And also the description of stakeholders that have been engaged in the process, to make sure that the NAP is actually being driven across the board in terms of leaving no one in terms of implementation. And going to number 9, I think the additional also talks about the implementation strategy. And here the focus is to look at the approaches of implementation, looking at whether it's sectoral, thematic, or territorial approach, and also in some cases a project or pragmatic approach. So this is what the new, the revised guidelines are also emphasizing, and also looking at phasing in terms of the implementation of the projects. I think Paul mentioned in the morning issues to do with the immediate interventions, long-term as well, depending on the urgency on the issue that we identified. And the issue of capacity needs, capacity building, both political, human, and also support-related capacity. I think this was already mentioned. And also, the NAP should demonstrate how we distribute implementation across stakeholders in government, private sector, civil society, and the local communities or indigenous communities. And also the addition is to look at the required financial support. There should be a proper estimate of the financial requirements for the adaptation actions that have been put in the NAP. And also, you should also consider amount and sources of funding that are already mobilized, so that we are able to actually look at the gaps that are remaining. This would actually be able to say, this is what we need as addition, because sometimes I think when we engage the stakeholders, particularly those that are providing resources, if you just say broadly that this is what we need without actually mentioning what is already there, I think that would actually shy them away to say maybe it's too much. But I think it's also important to look at what is already available, both at national level and what is already been provided elsewhere. And on number 11, the issue of resource mobilization, there should be a concrete strategy for resource mobilization being included in the NAP, and also cost estimates for the adaptation priorities in as much as possible, and also be able to say this is how we are going to expand in terms of moving from the current source of financing, either the grants or loans, but then you should look at other innovating approaches. But I think most importantly is this should also map out the available sources, for example, based on the country programs, either GCF, JF, LOGCF, and so on. And also provide complementarity within the activities that are already taken in the ground with funding from other supporting sources. So this is the emphasis in the revised guidelines. But I think when you also look at the additional one also is on the annex. The annex does actually indicate that we should have a list or a profile of projects and the other priorities that you need to implement. And this should actually target the global goal on adaptation targets, and we be able to actually relate to the support that is either from GCF RAP, NAP readiness support, and also be able to be based on the hazards that are there in terms of the area warning system. And then more importantly, I think the table of contents should also highlight which programs will be implemented in the first phase of the implementation. That's going to be very important. With that, I think my presentation ends there. And there are those two questions that we need to consider. One is that what are the experiences and on the compilation of the NAP, and also the linkages to subnational and local plans of action. And also we should look at what are the party experiences in producing the NAP that ensures coherence and alignment with nationally determined contribution, as well as national or adaptation communications, and also the BTRs. I think, Chair, this is where I should end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ben, for taking us through the recommended contents of the National Adaptation Plan. The slides, as we indicated in the morning, are available online, just at the same place where the technical guidelines have been posted. So you have the full list of the elements. Ben just took us through some of the key additions that were not explicitly elaborated in the first series, or at least in the previous iterations. We will have discussions in two sets. First of all, I will invite any questions with regard to the presentation that Ben just made. Any questions, reflections that people might have, and afterwards we will then spend time on the two questions that Ben was going through that were on the screen. But for now, I open the floor to have any reflections or any questions with respect to the presentation that Ben just made. The floor is open. We have a request for the floor from Angola. Angola, please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you for the floor, Mr. Chair. I would like also to join others who since the morning did congratulate the leg experts for this work of updating the guidelines for NAP. And also would like to recognize and appreciate the support NAP unity and leg group of experts is giving to Angola as we are developing our first NAP, and we intend to submit it to the Secretariat by September or later before COP this year. And concerning the last presentation, I really have kind of two questions. The first one was related to one of the previous presentations done in the morning. I would like to ask how are you foreseeing the countries who are developing their NAPs now, since we have deadline before COP to submit? Are you foreseeing that all those countries who are developing NAP now should finish them or submit, take into account the new guideline or the revised guidelines? That's the first question. And my second question is related to the contents which was just presented, the chapter or the information which need to be included in the chapters for the development of NAPs according to this update of guidelines. I don't know, from my perspective, it looks like this type of contents which the updated guideline is proposing looks like future NAPs will be bigger or longer compared to the ones developed following the previous guidelines, or just an impression, but it's like the type of content which it was just suggests it looks to be a big compared to the other, no? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions, and I'm sure Ben is taking note of them. And I noted that also the other question relating to the use cases of the NAP relates to maybe what Paul was presenting in the morning. So we have two requests for the floor from online participants. I have a request from Yasmin as well as from Ovil. So Yasmin, you have the floor.
Hello, this is Yasmin speaking on behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you for giving me the floor. On the contents of the NAPs and related output, I would just like to share some of our reflections. While the NAP is one of the vehicles to have progress or to assess progress towards the GGA targets, taking into account IPCC Working Group 2 AR6 findings, but not something that should be required to align with them. We would like to emphasize that the NAP process is intended to be a country-driven, iterative approach that allows nations to identify their specific vulnerabilities, gaps, and requirements, and to design tailored strategies that reflect their own priorities. We see that decisions on how countries choose to finance the implementation of their NAPs should remain within the framework of the existing financial mechanisms under the UNFCCC, while other funding sources may be pursued at the discretion of countries themselves. NAP guidelines and contributions to the process should remain limited to the financial mechanisms established under the UNFCCC as the main source. Furthermore, we believe that all adaptation approaches should be included and prioritized and not limited to transformational adaptation, enabling countries to assess their immediate, medium, and long-term needs and allow for the flexibility for the country to select the most suitable and effective adaptation strategies according to national circumstances. There should be no references that suggest rigid criteria, such as maladaptation, for determining which adaptation approach should be prioritized in the development of the National Adaptation Plan. And finally, the NAP process should also involve evaluating potential future climate scenarios, particularly temperature increases, underscoring the critical need to adapt to the impacts of the temperature goals referred to in the Paris Agreement. And thank you again for giving us the floor.
Thank you very much, Yasmin, on behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for those reflections. I can see that Ben is adequately covering the questions that have been raised. So I now give the floor to Ovil. Ovil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to everyone. Orville Gray on behalf of the NAP Global Network. Thanks again for sharing the information with us, and I do want to echo a few of the points that the two speakers before me referred to, but I wanted to pick up on the last bit because earlier in Paul's remarks, I got the sense that he was suggesting that countries shouldn't change up their approach to align with the GGA. But now it appears that we are suggesting alignment with the GGA. So that, if you can clarify that discrepancy would be great. Beyond that, pushing the alignment with the GGA runs the risk of countries now thinking that these are the areas where funding will be channeled. And therefore, it may end up with some countries deprioritizing some areas that would have normally come up as priorities because the focus will now be towards the GGA targets. So I think that is something that should be taken into consideration in terms of the guidance that's provided there. Maybe it's just a matter of having clarity in the document as to what this alignment or suggested alignment looks like. And I do agree with the speaker from Angola in the sense that, especially looking at some of the aspects around resource mobilization, the finance strategy, etc., that we may be running the risk of bloating the NAP document in a way that goes back to one of the challenges that the LDC members mentioned on the last leg meeting, which was being stuck in a cycle of planning and not being able to focus on implementation. So I think, a little bit of clarity between those pieces would also be helpful for countries to take into consideration. And of course, there's the issue of, those countries that are submitting a NAP in 2025. Noting that we would have wanted the guidelines from last year, but we're just getting them out. We're going to have some NAPs that are coming in that would not align with what is being suggested now. Is it that there's going to be a recommendation for these NAPs to be reviewed and updated in a particular period of time? And how do you go about that? I think that is some guidance that countries will want to look at and be able to plan for in terms of where they're going to access the necessary resources and align themselves to support these needs. But if you'll allow me, I just want to underscore one of the points on capacity building, which raised itself before, but I think it's also applicable now, is that I think sometimes we underscore the importance of capacity in these processes. So we go about supporting to get these documents developed, but forget that there's a process behind it. And therefore, you have to look at especially the human capacity, but also otherwise that's required to support the process. So when things are happening, you need the humans technical skills to support it. You need the meeting venues, you need the catering, you need all of these things to support the process. That's a part of the capacity that's going to be required to not only develop the NAPs, but also implement the NAPs. And I think if that is left out of the process, then we run the risk of getting to a point where financing is secured to deal with the implementation, but the implementation cannot move forward because the capacity behind it that's required to support it is not there. And then, so those are some issues that I hope will be further clarified in the guidelines. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Orville, for that and all the other speakers that have posed their questions. We have an additional question online that asks, how can a country use other relevant plans and strategies as NAPs? Can this be submitted as a NAP? I noted that some of the questions relate to the presentations that was made by Paul as well in the morning. So I'm also giving a warning to Paul that maybe you may also want to reflect on some of the questions. So Ben, over to you to respond to the questions raised by the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will attempt to respond to some of the questions and ask Paul to expand on others. First, with Angola, I think your observation in terms of the deadline of 2025, as well as the contents looking to be bringing an app that will be bigger and maybe it might take longer also to finish. Indeed, I think the issue of deadline was already discussed in the morning. I remember Paul had responded that actually we've delayed. I think we started sometime in 2011, 2012. Now I think it's overdue, but I think this also depends in terms of how the country is moving. I remember even in the morning, the discussions that we are not starting from zero, but at least we are starting from where even other assessments are already there. So let's use what is already available. We don't necessarily need to do the assessments, which other information is already available. And in terms of the second observation regarding the NAPs, the new content looking much longer than the previous one, indeed, I think the issues that have been highlighted there, like the issues in terms of financial mobilization, financial resource mobilization strategy, these are actually key. I think if we were to implement the projects or the NAPs properly, it has to be clear how are we going to mobilize resources. And I think this is also related to the other observation that has also been made by Saudi Arabia regarding the main sources of financing, which I think the emphasis was that we should target what is already provided under the convention. But I think the presentations in the morning were clear that other sources are already available, either at international level or at national level. we should be able to use such kind of information. And again, from Saudi Arabia, I think there was a mention of linking the NAP to the GGA. I think, and particularly the target thematic areas, the observation was such that some of the critical priorities might be deprioritized because they think they are not within the provisions of the GGA. But I think if I remember in the morning, Paul mentioned that there could be some other cross-cutting sectors, which I think could be included as part of the NAP, of course, reflecting the nexus that we already indicated in the morning. I think if you implement an intervention, you also need to look at what other sectors are actually affecting the program that you want to do. I think for the other responses, I'll invite Paul to actually provide in terms of, I think there was a question from, a comment from Saudi Arabia in terms of evaluating, if I remember very well on this one, the potential impacts in terms of the vulnerabilities as part of a strong key that we need to look at in line with the Paris Agreement. I think, Paul, you might come in to also comment on the other that I've left. Thank you.
Thank you, Benon. And I think you're throwing me under the bus, but let's see. A lot of very good points were raised, and some of them are more political than others. I think in the context of the NAPs for the LDCs, I think we're trying to stay clear of perhaps issues that are important and being negotiated in the negotiating rooms. I think that in reference to the issue from Angola about whether to use the new updated guidelines in finishing your NAP if you're doing it now, I think it does make sense. I think the updated guidelines build on a lot of experience and a lot of good practice and best practice that has been observed. So it does make sense, I think, to embrace them and use them to the extent possible. The NAPs are very country-driven, country-owned. The countries are never, the NAPs are never reviewed by anybody. When a country submits a NAP, it's received and recognized as a country-owned plan and respected as such. So there will be nobody that will review and request that the NAP be changed. So I think the contents have been designed to reflect on the need for a more standardized approach to presenting the information in NAPs. I think that point has been well made over the years as well as today. So it may look very comprehensive, but the idea is to structure the information in a way that facilitates subsequent use of the NAP, both towards implementation and other reporting requirements. The idea is not to have 30, 40 pages under each chapter. That's absolutely not the intention. I think that some of the chapters could be a page, a table, or maybe 2 pages, etc., with a view that a presentable document should be about 50 pages or so. But it captures all the information without laborious explanations and background as to how that information was arrived at. I think the issue of alignment or linking to etc. is a much bigger topic. I think that as progress is being made on this topic, we are going to see how countries will best approach this. The decisions, I think, are quite clear in terms of delivering on the GGA targets using NAPs over the last 2-3 COPs. So I think that given the importance of the GGA as an outcome on adaptation, I think it would be a missed opportunity if the NAPs then ignored the GGA framework and then started to continue the way things have been done in the past. I think the GGA framework is quite a substantial advancement in how adaptation is addressed. So hopefully countries will see the value in showing how they're going to meet the GGA targets using the NAP without having to change the structure of the government, etc. The idea was never to require that a country drop what it considers important and then simply work on the GGA themes, for instance. I think the points were made about the types of adaptation activities that should be prioritized, and I hope we did not give the impression that everything should be transformational. I think that this is also another topic that's being unfolded as to what it means and how it connects with adaptation. I think in the context of NAPS, the idea is basically to ensure that activities lead to concrete outcomes. So transforming the way that previous efforts have been undertaken. As we said earlier, it's taken more than 10 years to arrive where we are. So I think that that's an approach that perhaps deserves and should be transformed or disrupted or whatever the correct wording is. I think the point of scenarios and the exploring the different pathways to meet the different temperature outcomes in the future, I think is an important one. I think that's perhaps an area where it can be flagged so that the scientists and the IPCC can provide perhaps better guidance as to how should countries look at this and consider it in their decision making. And quite a number of points from Orville. I think the point is well taken that there is a process behind production of the plans themselves, and that process should continue to be supported and funded as well as in terms of technical assistance. And I think that's why there's reference to the GCF readiness support to be continued and then to continue to provide that support to the process of formulating good NAPs and then implementing them, developing all the necessary steps to access finance and so forth. So unlike the NAPAs where the end goal was producing the NAPA, the National Adaptation Programs of Action with urgent and immediate priorities, and then it was implemented and that was the end of that, the NAP is very much an ongoing effort by countries to address their adaptation needs, and hopefully this will be a systematic process of producing the plan, implementing and continuing to update and revise the NAP every so many years. Some countries have explicitly said that they will produce a NAP every 5 years, which seems to be like a typical cycle for any national plan and so on. I think many of the issues we talk about are perhaps not unique to adaptation. I think that they apply generically to any national planning process. So I think it's important to learn from progress in these other processes in terms of how plans are developed, how they're implemented and monitored and so forth. So lastly, yeah, I think there's a lot of things that countries will have to decide on their approach. Decisions are always open to interpretation by different groups, and then we try to stay away from providing one side of interpretation of what the decisions mean. I think that it's the nature of our business that different stakeholders will have a different understanding of what these decisions mean, and that's not a bad thing. I think that the decisions should enable us to make progress, and the progress in NAPS is to ensure that countries are addressing their vulnerability and climate risk needs and building the resilience that's necessary to safeguard their development and so forth. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Paul, and thank you very much, Ben, for providing responses to those questions. I will just also add one more thing that from the question as well from Angola. I know many others might still have the same question. There was a slide on the use cases of the updated NAP technical guidelines that provide scenarios on how a country can use the guidelines depending on the state at which you are. If you have already produced, you're finalizing your NAP now, you may borrow some of the elements that would not, of course, derail or delay your progress and embody those. But if you have not, if you're still in the stages of drafting or early that, there are scenarios there where you can already actually use all the guidelines. Another important aspect, I think, as was mentioned in the morning, is the fact that experience as well as from the countries as well. And many of you that have been doing adaptation for many years, include from the NAPAs to the NAPs and any other strategy that you are using, you know that much of the feedback that is always provided is that the adaptation strategies do not provide enough detail to enable implementation. So the amount of detail that has been covered in the new outline is also to make sure that the NAP has as much information that would enable it taking to the next stage. Of course, there's always a balance between how much would be in the document in the end vis-a-vis how concise it should be. But in the end, the NAPs shouldn't, I think one would imagine they shouldn't be very long documents. So thank you very much for the active engagement. I'm trying to monitor online as well as on our Mentimeter. So we now have approximately 14 minutes. I would like to invite specifically the countries that are working on their NAPs now or have produced their NAPs to respond to the second question that we have on the screen, which is what are parties' experiences in producing the NAP and ensuring coherence and alignment with nationally determined contributions, adaptation communications, national communications, as well as biennial transparency reports. What advice would you share, or what experience would you share for those countries that have been or that have already developed, and how are you doing it? So that we can see. There's always been comments since in the morning on alignment, coherence, etc. So if you can make some quick reflections on these before we move to the next topic. So the floor is again open. I see a request from Uganda. Please, and Malawi as well. Malawi, you haven't spoken today, right? If Uganda allows, maybe we may invite Malawi to speak. Are you okay, Uganda? Okay. Okay, so Malawi, go ahead, and then we'll have Uganda afterwards. We also have Angela. I'll put you in the list. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair, for giving me the floor. My name is Godvat Gomani. I work with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Climate Change in Malawi, and also the focal point on the NAPs, NDCs, as well as the BTR. So just a quick reflection, because in our case, we're at a stage where by now we have now started the actual compilation of the NAP document. But with the lessons from the NDC revision process, and also we are developing our first BTR, as well as the fourth national communication. So what we have learned is that there are elements that appear that needs to come into the BTR, the NDC. They talk to each other. So it's a process that we have learned that, for example, if we are developing, for example, the NDC, there are elements already that we need to include to ensure that when it comes to developing the BTR, it becomes easier because the issues are already reflected in the NDC. So likewise, we will bring that experience to the NAP compilation to see that when it comes to building that coherence amongst these documents, we enhance that in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malawi, for sharing that important cross-linkages element into how we do the different instruments, which I think, as I would imagine as well, if one is doing an app, then I would imagine you would ensure that the NAP carries, or at least carries transferable information to the NDC adaptation component, if you wish, and also is adequately informing the adaptation communication, as well as the BTR. Thank you very much for sharing that experience. I now have Uganda, and afterwards we'll have Colombia. So Uganda.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'll just speak on two things in terms of the alignment. We're at a stage where we're just starting the compilation of the NAPs, and we are also just starting the update of the NDC 3.0. But what we envision is, for example, the assessments for the NDCs should inform the NAP and vice versa, but the process for the NDC 3.0 is more advanced, so we hope that the assessments for, in terms of the adaptation assessment, should be able to inform the NAPs. So ideally it should be vice versa. It happened quite easily when we're doing the alignment with the LTS, which is not mentioned here, and the NDCs. So the NAPs being a broader document ideally should be summarized and included in the NDC, but the stages are quite different. So we are going into the approach of looking at the assessments, for example. And we've also ensured that there is coherence in terms of the teams that are working on this, for example, the technical working groups coming from the different sectors. So we shall not have separate working groups to ensure that we have that institutional memory, but also the alignment is seamless and also speaks to what is happening in the sectors for both the NDCs and the NAPs. Lastly, on the issue of the linkage to the subnational and local plans, this is what we actually putting a lot of our emphasis on. We've only had adaptation plans complete for 2 districts, and we want to use this as a benchmark to see how it can influence the NAP process. However, we are also considering other districts to have at least a sketch of their priorities that can inform the NAPs, and this will happen through regional consultations. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Uganda, for sharing that. We actually look forward to learning from you, because I know Uganda also has other sectoral plans for agriculture, for health as well. So how do we ensure the linkages, not only with the other instruments, but also at the planning at the different scales, at the sectoral level, and as we just said, at the local level as well. You are looking into that, so we're looking forward to your experience in that in terms of how best to do this. Thank you very much for sharing that rich experience there. So Colombia.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm not speaking on behalf of Colombia, but perhaps just to share some experience. I came here as an ExCom representative, but I can share some experience in Colombia because I was part of the government 1 year ago. But also the experience that we have in Latin American countries and in ILAC countries, which is one of the group of negotiators. I just want to highlight that, for instance, some of the ILAC countries consider the adaptation component of the NDC as the adaptation communication. So with that, we avoid for instance, additional burdens in our countries, having the adaptation communication as a separate document of the NDC. So we see the added value because of having the adaptation communication into the NDC, because the NDC is the main document for climate action with a global vision and with a forward-looking vision. So we believe that the adaptation communication is the main mechanism to communicate our priorities and needs on adaptation. It's the case of Colombia, it's the case of Panama, it's the case of Costa Rica. So if I'm not wrong, all of these countries use the NDC as the main component to communicate their adaptation communication. On the national adaptation plans, is the way how we translate those priorities and needs into the local and national level. So we have, this kind of hierarchy, we can say, our priorities and needs in the adaptation communication, and we translate those priorities and needs in our national adaptation plans. On the BTRs are the main mechanism in all, if I can say, most of Latin American countries, where we report the progress on the activities that we are doing at national level, but align with our priorities and needs, align with the priorities and needs that we identify in our NDC, which is our adaptation communication. I know that perhaps it's quite difficult to understand, but we try to create the linkages between each of the instruments that we have under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and what we are trying to do is to avoid duplication in terms of what we are having as a communication and what we are having as a reporting mechanism. One of the main concerns, of course, that we have is, and of course, because the adaptation is something that is voluntary, is that we need to have a clear guidance, and perhaps, I know that it's difficult to have the same understanding, but what we can see at the international level is that we are using perhaps sometimes the mechanisms to do the same or to reflect the same information, and we need to find at national level what is the main purpose of each of those instruments. Otherwise, what we are doing is to create additional burdens in our technical teams and our national entities. And finally, if I can say, the other guidance that we are looking for, and for instance, is you mentioned in the previous session about the GGA. Of course, the GGA is a priority for all of us. The implementation of the national adaptation plans is a priority for all of us. And the main lack that we have in our countries is the lack of resources for that implementation. And if we decide, for instance, to use the national adaptation plans as a mechanism to include the targets and start measuring, there is going to be a bigger gap, in the sense that nowadays there is a big gap in terms of the resources that we are receiving for the implementation. We are using most of our national resources, and the progress that we are making is just in terms of formulation, but not on the implementation. And if we include the GGA, of course, we think that it's important to align the instruments and also reflect the GGA. And we were thinking, for instance, in Colombia, to have the GGA as part of the NDC in terms of the priorities and needs. And the national adaptation plans is how to put in place those priorities and needs. But the lack of resources still the main concern for all of us. And of course, we think that is important, and I fully align with the intervention made by Ghana and other colleagues. We need to find innovative resources or financial support, but in reality, we don't know how to trigger those. And the issue with the private sector is how to make, the adaptation as attractive as needed. But in reality, of course, we look forward to receive financial support for the implementation. I think all of us, we are trying to do our best to formulate, but implementation is still the main challenge in developing countries, including Latin America. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angela, for that. This has been a very interesting and engaging conversation, and thank you very much for the inputs from the countries that heeded the call. And Angela, I think what you are saying is very important for government to be clear on what it wants to use different instruments for, and that makes it easy in terms of understanding the linkages and how to connect the different instruments together. I see that we have the request for the floor from Egypt. This will be the last one before we move to the next session. So, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir, for this opportunity to express Egypt's experience in the compilation of the National Adaptation Plan. Actually, in Egypt, we established our National Adaptation Plan conceptual framework. It's covering some assessment of the various sector impacts, the adaptation priority, and the combat adverse of the climate change. And the main, or I need to highlight that in our conceptual, we will make a decision support system using GIS that will support the official reporting as a national term contribution and the national communication by effective inside of the effective adaptation strategy by data collection and sectional selection, the climate action indicators and scoring framework of the climate risk, the risk calculation on the hazard and exposure, ranking the governorate, and we will establish an interactive map to apply all these risks and impact on the sector on the geographical basis. This will be our main point, and to identify the priority of key adaptation intervention to address the impact. And after that, we will prepare our adaptation action plan in the short term and long term, covering the most of the impact and vulnerability on the sectors. And the main point here is establish early warning system for climate-related disaster. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for that input. Very useful, and I like the idea of considering the different time frames from short to medium to long term. So thank you very much for these important reflections. We will now stop the discussions on this important part where we're talking about the importance. But let me invite you. We clap hands to Ben for leading us through the contents of the NAP. Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mutsumi. Thanks, Ben, for the presentation. I think it was very good discussions among parties and stakeholders with regard to table of contents and then the other issues related to reporting mechanism, linking these to NAPs, NDCs, BTR, and so on. Let us move to the next issues that we need to complement as part of these NAP guidelines. So I believe this morning we are discussing more focusing on the implementation issues. In the morning we have a broader presentation and discussions on the guidelines, and then we had a presentation from Canal with regard to implementation and resource mobilizations and so on. So now it's time for us to discuss about NAP formulation and support for the NAP process itself. And I think during the presentations and discussions, we have already touched upon some of the key elements under the NAP formulation itself. But in fact, we still have some opportunity to discuss further on this issue, linking this to the visioning of the NAPs by 2025, 2030, and so on so far. So to guide us going through the process, let me invite Mr. Mutsumi to go through the technical guidelines that will be discussing about NAP formulation issues. So by having these technical guidelines, we can utilize this as basis for formulating the NAPs itself. Even though one of the questions was about whether the current NAP formulation is aligning with the newly guidelines that we are discussing about or not, but at least this is time for us to discuss further more details. So, Mr. Mutsumi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to go through a few set of slides that would help us for the discussion in this particular session. I will. Oh, okay. I will start first, maybe perhaps taking us back earlier in the morning when we were talking about the adaptation cycle in an LDC, as this will also help understand the steps that are in the guidelines as they are proposed. One thing I also want to highlight as well is that the process itself, the way it's taken at the national level, which is then guided by the steps, would not necessarily be one-to-one or 100% similar with what then you will produce as an app, because an app is a reflection of what are the priorities, what would be implemented, resource mobilization, etc. So it's very important also to understand these two aspects as well. So in the morning, we did discuss that for the LDCs, it has been an experience, and I want to believe it's not only for the LDCs. I mean, this also came throughout the discussion today. Many times we talked about capacity building, and it was re-emphasized that indeed one of the major programs or projects that need to come out of the NAP is on capacity building. So capacity building is key, and then there's a lot of data, not only data, but also assessments, and there's been very important questions in terms of the capacity to assess the risks and impacts associated with different temperature scenarios. How would you do that? You need robust data to be able to do that. And we said that support is essential, especially for countries that are not able to start by themselves. To have resources to do that. That takes us into this first step that you see in the cycle there, which is an important element for that aspect. And we just had a very interesting discussion now in terms of linkages and alignment with the different instruments, which, as it was very clear, it will differ from one country to the other. It will also differ depending on what the country wants to do and how they want to use the different instruments, and hence the reporting also becomes a very important aspect of that. So with that brief introduction, I will then go to the next slide, where I will spend a little bit of time to speak about the elements of the NAP process itself. You would remember that at the national level, you have the ongoing process of doing adaptation and planning and implementation. You will have your institutional arrangements, regulatory frameworks. You will produce the plan, implement it, monitor and evaluate as an ongoing process, building your institutional systems, etc. And the plan is also something that's separate from that. So in terms of the elements, there are the 6 elements here where we're saying in the guidelines as described, the first element is about maintaining the NAP process by accessing funding, data, and capacity building. So maintaining that ongoing process, that is going to enable the government to assume the political leadership that we were also talking about in the morning, that is very key for governments to have political leadership and drive of the national process. It's also essential that that process enables the government then to have data that is essential to drive the process. There is capacity, and the government has in place different mechanisms to engage all the different stakeholders at the national level. Different governments have different ways of engaging. In other government systems, you may have decisions that are centrally coordinated. In other systems, you have decisions that would come from the grassroots, all the way up. But depending on what the system the government uses, there has to be mechanisms that would enable the government to do that. So maintaining that process at the national level is key and is essential to make sure that it will also underpin the formulation of the NAPs, their implementation as well. So the first element describes that the government needs to establish that and need to build the long-term capacity that we spoke about as well. And strengthen regulatory frameworks as necessary. In many of the cases, and many of you have experienced, it has helped when you have a proper legal framework against which you are doing adaptation, because then the government is able to instruct different institutions or create an entry point for the different stakeholders and institutions to contribute and engage in adaptation. The government is also able to allocate resources to be able to do that, because if there is no legal framework or standing against which the government is able to allocate resources, whether it's human, it's institutional, it's financial. We talked about how governments also need to also look at leveraging domestic resources. That cannot happen without proper regulatory frameworks. That's essential as well. So all this capacity maintaining the process is an essential part. And in this element, whatever would happen here and the government identifies priorities, this is then what would come and inform the NAP for now, we talk about the NAP readiness project under the GCF, the 3 million that many countries know about. We'll be able to come up with concrete activities in terms of what the government will be able to do on a continuous basis. The second element is to do with assessments, which many of us here being adaptation experts, we all know what is involved, what it entails when we talked about assessment before the planning happens. So developing plausible climate change and socioeconomic scenarios for the medium and long term, looking at the important aspects on what are the risks, what are the systems that are most at risk, what are the most vulnerable ones, documenting the baseline and conducting climate assessment or risk assessment for certain hazards or exposures, depending on what the country is exposed to. In many countries, you may be having drought as a major issue. In other countries, you may have too much water as a problem. In other contexts, you may have also extreme temperatures as an issue. So how do we go deep and make assessments into those that go into the deep? So the other one is more about assessments as well. And then the plan development, the development of the plan. I will not go into detail about that because Ben just did a very good presentation in terms of what would go into that plan that you would want to develop. We've had so many conversations as well about this plan as well. I think one thing to understand is that governments also decide when we produce a plan. Just like a national development plan, the government decides that every 4 years they will do a national development plan. And I think in the NAP context as well, it's something that is useful to embed into the thinking, into that it doesn't have to wait for all these assessments. There's never going to be at a perfect time to have 100% perfect assessments that we say, then we wait and then we'll have a plan at that point. At every interval of time, a plan is required, just in the same way that the governments produce their own national development plan to guide their development efforts. And then there's implementation and financing strategy, including the resource mobilization, which we indicated that governments would, of course, need to consider what works best in their context, looking at whatever range of modalities and possibilities exist to be able to finance adaptation. And then there's monitoring, evaluation, and learning. And then the reporting that I also talked about when we were talking about the first slide. So in essence, these are the steps that then drive the national process at the national level, and they do have their own work plan in terms of how a country goes about this to facilitate implementation. I will introduce 2 other slides, Chair, that perhaps after that maybe we can have a discussion. One of the slides was just to see where we are, which will help us as we discuss. Paul was saying that we started the NAP process in 2010. At the moment, there are 63 developing countries that have produced a NAP. We have 154 developing country parties. So if in 15 years, we have 63 countries that have produced an NAP. Mathematicians in the room can help me extrapolate when will the 154 all have NAPs, which, as we know, that is something that is unrealistic, and we did not follow that. But we have a very good decision from the COP that already asks everybody to have an NAP by the end of the year. So we have to make sure that these numbers, and this is also part of the discussion in terms of how do we make sure that everyone has an NAP at the end of the year. The chair and the LEG members are working very hard with many of the LDCs to make sure that everybody has an NAP by the end of the year. I think that's a critical, important aspect there. Another image I just wanted to share with you, it's available in the slides. We also have the annual progress report on NAPS. These two graphics are coming from the annual progress report on NAPS, where the LEG documents and communicates what's the progress. That just shows the spread of the action from the top. These are the earlier parts of the process. In the steps that I showed in the earlier slide, you can almost say the beginning is what would be element A, and then B onwards all the way up to element F as you go to the end. So you can see that the graph is still, you have still more action at the beginning. There's a lot of preparatory or preliminary work. And then in the middle, there's growing significance of work there. But we still have a long way to go as well in terms of the processes at a national level, not only preparing the plan, but the process itself. So there's still a lot of work to do in adaptation, but it's all possible with the right commitment, the right political will and direction. This would be possible. I think this now takes me, Chair, to the next, the discussion points that you have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Motsumi, for that very short presentation on the NAP formulation and support for the NAP process in terms of capturing key elements under the NAP itself that have been captured under the existing updated NAP guidelines. Colleagues, as you can see, the decision 1 CMA5, like Motsumi presented, that is calling for parties to submit their NAPs by this year and fully implemented by 2030. So this is a challenge, but this is also opportunity for us to do something. So I can categorize this discussion approach into two parts. First one, you can seek some sort of clarification from the presentations made by Motsumi. Secondly, I would like to invite you in what manner, in what way you are going to finalize your NAP formulation by this year and fully implemented by 2030. That's very good opportunity for us to share our experience from national perspective, as well as also from agencies who are out there to support us to move this forward. So I will provide further opportunity to Motsumi to guide the discussions, but this is how we want to get some sort of interactive dialogues among us in a way that can move us to have some sort of NAP formulation completed by this year, and implementation will be taking place by 2030. So the floor is open. I do see no one is going to raise hand. It means all countries have already in the process of NAP formulation, and it will be finalized quickly by the end of this year. Am I correct? Oh, I have. Is it from party or agency? Which country? Mauritius. My apology for not recognizing you, but anyway, Mauritius, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair, for presenting this NAP technical guideline, which will align with the GGA. So for Mauritius, we're already implementing the health NAP. This was already approved last year. We are in the process of implementation. And for our General National Adaptation Plan, this was just recently approved by GCF in April 2025. So now the challenge is on implementation. So we have identified several activities in the NAP, and one of the main activity will be private sector engagement and capacity building. So we have these elements already put in place, but hopefully we'll be starting the implementation because now the approval has been given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mauritius, for that. It means Mauritius has already formulated and submitted the NAPs, and the implementation is taking place right now, and it will be more implemented by 2030. So congratulations for that. But one of the challenges would be capacity building or human resource development issues, and also private sector involvement in the process of NAP implementation. Can I get more comments and questions on the NAP formulation then? If not from parties, agencies, you may also have some observations towards some countries or regions that you are working on, or you are helping some of them. Please share your experiences on the NAP formulations. Okay, we have two colleagues from online participation. So yeah, those are two comments from online. So I do believe that Motsumi can read through the comments and provide your reflection. And also, please provide your reflection towards the NAP implementation from Mauritius that is also facing some difficulties in terms of human capacity constraint, and also private sector involvement into that NAP implementation process. So Motsumi first, and then if there is any more hand raising, and then we can provide opportunity for that.
Thank you, Chair. I know that there are a number of countries that do not have NAPs that are actively working towards producing their NAPs by the end of the year, which is a good thing. But in case there are countries that you are facing extreme difficulties, it's useful to indicate, so that at least maybe the support system that's available in the room and externally and elsewhere can be able to reach out, so that we can have the NAPs as agreed by parties. And I think also it's very important as well to note that the 2025 deadline is not set by, for instance, it's something that parties decided upon, that they want to have NAPs by 2025 for everybody. So I think as a system for everybody, including the support agencies, is more for us on how do we help countries achieve that target that they've set by themselves. Online, we had two comments. One comment was to involve local communities and co-create NAPs that relay involve local communities and co-create NAPs, and not to rely on important consultants. There's another comment that says crowdsource support for those LDCs and seeds struggling to start or finish an app. So these are some of the comments that have been posted online in terms of ideas on how we can move forward. I do know that also there is a thinking on NAPs for specific groups. I know that, for instance, the indigenous peoples in different socio-cultural regions are also working on, or actually have already produced NAPs that are specifically targeted and geared towards them, and perhaps maybe we can hear from experience in the room about those as well. I see right at the back, Uruguay. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Chair. I'm giving the floor while we're here. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sorry, is it Uruguay? Oh, yes. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the Secretariat also. I want to share the experience of Uruguay. We have developed 4 sectoral NAPs. All these plans are framed within the National Climate Change Policy and are validated through the National Climate Change Response Systems. There is an interinstitutional governance platform that ensures coherence and coordination. This is also regarding the last previous questions regarding the alignment between the sectoral NAPs. So now we must advance in the implementation of these plans, and some challenges in this context are knowledge and technology gaps, along with governance challenges and the need for a better coordination across all levels of government. Also, lack of initiatives and mechanisms to promote adaptation efforts with the private sector. Social and cultural challenges, including low public awareness of climate adaptation and issues related to inequity in terms of vulnerability. And also a challenge is the limited financing with a complex and lengthy processes to access funds and scarce resources overall. There is also a lack of budgetary certainty and financial flows that would allow for long-term planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Uruguay, for that country experience that is indicating that you have already formulated your sectoral maps. And you also described the technical challenges and also financial challenges, as well as public awareness is quite low, and also the involvement of private sector. And of course, but the financial support is critically important to be in place for not only for short-term but medium and long-term implementation processes. Any more? Okay, please indicate your country. Are you from party? Agency? Oh, the Philippines.
I'm from the IPO. I'm from the IP organizations, as well as I am also with the facilitative working group of indigenous peoples and local communities. Yeah, I just wanted maybe to share that some of us indigenous peoples have been participating in the development of NAPs in some of our countries, and as indigenous peoples. And yes, of course, one thing we made sure is how indigenous peoples and local communities should be participating in these processes at the national level. At the same time, we were thinking, or one reflection that we had is on developing an indigenous peoples-led NAP that can be integrated into the national adaptation plan of our countries. And we are reflecting on this because we have experience in relation to the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plans, wherein we, in the Philippines, for example, we developed an indigenous peoples-led biodiversity strategy and action plan as well. So we want to replicate this experience because on the NAPS, because at the biodiversity convention last COP16, we were able to submit an example of an IP-led, indigenous peoples-led biodiversity action, strategy action plan. So this is what we are contemplating on, and hopefully other indigenous peoples organizations in the country level will also be encouraged to develop a very focused NAPS to integrate the contributions of indigenous peoples in terms of our traditional knowledge systems, our values and perspectives into the NAPS of the country. And yeah, I think that's what I was going to specifically mention about. And I hope the countries as well will also give space in relation to how they should be supporting indigenous peoples' initiatives and integrate the contributions of indigenous peoples in the NAPS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that very critical points with regard to considering indigenous people's knowledge and also their vulnerability issues into the national adaptation plans, from formulation up to the implementation itself. I still have 2-3 minutes to get more comments with regard to NAP formulation, because most of developing countries, we haven't done our job with regard to NAP formulation. So before I hand over the floor to Mutsumi, can I invite one more participant? Okay, there is one comment or comments from colleagues who are attending this meeting virtually. So Mutsumi, please.
Yeah, Chair, I just wanted to read one other comment that was put on the online. There was a comment or question: are there some parts or recommendations that can be regarded as universal? I'm assuming this relates to the outline. And what are the most important upgrades developing countries should pay special attention to? This is with respect to the guidelines. So there was a question like that, Chair. Maybe this is for Paul or for Kennel and Ben. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. So I think this is time for Mutsumi. Before that, yeah, I think we still have a chance to invite one more participant. I think it's online. FAO, please.
Thanks so much, Mutsumi.
FAO online.
Yes,
FAO online.
can you hear me?
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks so much for taking a quick comment from me. I've been really following with a lot of interest this morning and also this session. Sorry, it's late here in Rome, and I wanted to make 2 points. So first, I want to commend the UNFC Secretariat on this very good idea of the task force, really, because we have these regular meetings where all the different supporters to countries are showing up, and we go through the list and see how we can use what is already existing, in particular, for example, available assessments, studies that have been done to really pull together available information for the formulation of the NAPs that of the countries that don't have yet NAPs, and also look through our projects and see if we have some flexible funding to support kind of the last mile. So I think that is really a good approach, and it also, I mean, it comes to the reflection that maybe in the future we need to look also a little bit more beyond. Or it was said in the meeting, it's crowdfunding, like that's the modern term, no? So the NAP design and implementation should be less reliant on individual projects or individual agencies. No, it should be, it could be maybe a lot of more country-driven, no, looking at things in a comprehensive way and not like being relying on just one financial mechanism, no? Be it the GCF, be it the adaptation fund, be it the JEF. So I think this can be a lot more dynamic, hopefully, for countries. And I think one way to unleash that kind of power is really by clear country ownership, which was already said by many parties here in the room. No? So 2 things, really crowdfunding and building things on already available resources, but also very clear country leadership and telling and sharing with us kind of support agencies. This is really where our gap is. This is what we want. So I hope this is helpful, but I guess a lot of the agencies in the room and also online, they're with me in terms of we're really trying to max our support until the end of the year and also obviously until 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much, FAO, for that. It means FAO is there to support NAP formulation and NAP implementation. So please, those countries who haven't started up their NAP formulation, please approach FAO if it's possible. For those who have already submitted your NAPs, please approach FAO and others to at least provide financial support for implementing your adaptation priorities under the NAPs. I did see FAO in the room. You also want to add something? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. On my side, following up on my colleague Julia mentioned, I just wanted to share an example of how resources from the GCF, in this case, were used in Chile. I do not see our colleagues from Chile here, so this is why I take the opportunity and I dare to share what we did with them. They used their GCF readiness funding, which is $3 million allocation per country, to allocate to the different NAPs. First of all, an umbrella NAP, multi-sectoral, and then for the forest and agricultural sector, the livestock and agricultural sector, then for the water sector, and then for the biodiversity sector. With those $3 million, they managed to put together 4 different planning tools under the NAPs, and they did it with collaborative and participatory processes where civil society and indigenous people participated. It was a good example of how with GCF resources, with the support of a technical assistance agency like FAO, countries can work. And of course, as Julia mentioned, with crowding and other resources, we co-finance many things. So those are examples of what can be done when designing NAPs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, FAO, for that additional point. Now, I would like to invite Motsumi to provide your reflections, also answers towards some questions raised by participants. And afterwards, I would like to invite Paul to provide your reflection as well, because some of questions are addressing to your presentation this morning. And of course, Ben and Kenol as well. So, Motsumi, the floor is yours.
Sorry, Chair. I was wondering whether maybe we can ask either Ben to start and then Paul. Or Ben.
Okay, let me invite Ben to start, and then Kennel, and then Paul, and then Matsumi.
I think, Chair, we don't seem to have additional comments. I think the responses that were provided during the presentation were okay. What we can say that I think as a leg, we're open to further engagement in terms of some of the questions that the parties and the agencies are asking. But for now, I think the questions that we responded are sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben and Paul.
Thank you, Chair. Not to spend too much time, but the questions that were read out, it kind of triggered my thinking. The question about whether some parts of recommendations can be regarded as universal. So it got me thinking about the whole planning cycle thingy, whether any of it is unique to climate change. And in fact, I think I may be speaking ahead of myself, but I think that planning cycle is generic. It applies to any problem, whether it's COVID or another stressor. I think you collect data, you understand the research underpinning that issue, then you do analysis and assessments. You plan, you implement, you monitor and learn, and then you report, and then you cycle back and so forth. So I think the approach to developing NAPs is not unique to climate change, and it's not unique to LDCs. I think it's pretty generic. It's a standard management cycle. So in that sense, I think the guidelines are universal in terms of how they can be applied in any scenario. I think some of the nuances are more about the inputs into each of those steps in terms of knowledge. So there might be less data in an LDC setting, for instance, that would not make it possible to do in-depth scenarios and so forth. But the stakeholders, I think it's the role of stakeholders, role of private sector, etc. It applies to pretty much any issue and any country. And I think you'll agree with me that some of the systems that were pointed out today apply to any type of country. So water systems, food, and so forth. The issues are pretty much uniform and standard. The relative importance of each in the national economy, of course, varies, but in terms of the structure underneath it, I think it's pretty similar. So I think there is value to perhaps increase our ability to learn from each other, whether you're developed or developing country, LDC or not. I think there's quite a lot of rich experience that can be learned from and used by others to improve how we do business. I think the issue of also reference was made to perhaps reduce the reliance on international consultants. I think that's an important consideration, and the Lake has been trying to do more of this. They do maintain a roster of LDC experts, people that can and should be used a lot more in terms of supporting other countries by the agencies. So we can provide a link to that roster. I think there's upwards of 50, 60 experts from the LDCs that are able and can support countries in doing the work. And lastly, on the issue of crowdsourcing support for the LDCs and states that are struggling, I think this is what the League and partners are trying to do is to mobilize expertise from elsewhere, from agencies and so forth to work with the country and help them fill the immediate capacity gaps in order that they can submit their NAP by end of the year. So thank you very much. A lot of very rich suggestions and discussions. So we hope that all of this will help us and help the League in supporting the countries going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Paul, for that reflections. I think we have discussed on the effort towards NAP formulations and NAP implementations that will be requiring some sort of means of implementation. Capacity building is one of them. Again, technology challenge. And last but the most important one is financial support issues. Those are key issues that we can consider as barriers for formulating and implementing our NAP, National Adaptation Plans from developing country parties. So I think I could conclude that some of developing countries are still struggling to start up their NAP formulation, and some of them they've already formulated and they are going to implement. But again, this means of implementation is critically important for them. And of course, I can see as a way forward would be requesting the agencies and entities to provide your support, financial support, technical support to the countries, developing countries, LDCs, small and developing states, and also other developing countries to start up their NAP processes in terms of formulation, also implementation of their adaptation priorities under the NAPs. So that by having that support, we can solve the issue of completing NAP formulation by 2025 and fully implemented by 2030. So I could conclude by having that wordings. Please provide your uploads around to the presenters and also to the very good interactive dialogues among parties. So please provide your uploads around. Thank you very much. Now it's time for us to have a coffee break for 15 minutes. And I would like to tell you that I think we could come back here to start up our next session at 4 o'clock. So it's good time for us to have a coffee break. Thank you very much and see you soon. Colleagues, can I kindly request you to take your seats so we could resume for our work. Okay, once again, colleagues, can you take your seats so we could start our next topic? And I would like to invite Makwena, Vice Chair, to join with us in the podium to take us go through the presentation. So it will be leading us to go for group discussions, and then we will resume in the plenary and we'll conclude. So, colleagues, let me inform you that we will finish our business quite early. Instead of 6 o'clock, we need to conclude our work at 5 o'clock. And the next topic that we are going to discuss would be stakeholder engagement in NAP formulation and NAP implementation. So without any ado, I would like to invite the Vice Chair of the LEC to take us go through the presentation in a way that can guide us to have a group discussion, and then afterwards we will conclude our work. So, Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I apologize to be back. So I will be very brief, as I'm going to give the introduction to the breakout groups on the issue of stakeholder engagement. Maybe to say adaptation by its nature, it's an issue that needs coordination and involvement of almost everyone. And as you try to include everyone, that's where complexity of it becomes. We have and we have to acknowledge that we have to include or make sure that the indigenous people and local communities are involved. Gender issues, not only even indigenous people, even what you call religious communities. All those differences or different groups of societies make adaptation quite a challenge, and we all put them on paper that we have to include these groups, and how to do that is actually something that we have to work on, so that we don't only put them on paper, that they need to be included
but we need to understand how to do it. So this session will focus on looking at how do we practically include these different stakeholders in the NAP process. How do we include them in the formulation? How do we include them in the implementation so that our NAP process will be as inclusive as it has to be? So we, in this session, we'll be looking into those ideas, practical ideas on how do we do multi-stakeholder engagement. Maybe just to put things into perspective, where I come from, we have different groups believing, or maybe I should say, all of us, we have seen or we agree that there's a change in the climate, but different groups have different understanding of the cause of the change. And now our understanding or our belief of the cause of the problem informs the solution to the problem. So if we have different understanding of what causes the problem, then even our solutions are likely to be different. So bringing everybody together to sit together and contribute to a plan, it's something that we have to put our minds on and our resources to ensure that we get it right. So this is the background to this session. I think this is all I had to say. We just have to go to the guidance on how we are going to do the group work. I can already see that we have now this is the information on the group works. We are suggesting that we are going to have 4 groups, one on gender, another on youth, another one on indigenous peoples and local communities, and last one on private sector. So the 4 groups will be addressing the 2 questions only 2. There's question 1 on what does effective stakeholder participation look like, and what national and subnational instruments are needed to support it. The second one is what key activities should a NAP implementation strategy include to ensure inclusive and sustained stakeholder participation aligned with the global goal on adaptation. I think if we can come with examples, it will make the case maybe more practical, and so that we run away from theoretical issues, we become practical, because we need to understand how we do these things. So we have charts at these 4 corners. I think we have gender there. I don't see clearly. There's youth. That one is youth. And then we have indigenous people and local communities, and we have a private sector there. I think maybe we will have 20 minutes for this exercise, since I said it's only 2 questions, very quick, and then after that we will have report back. I think we can divide ourselves on the area of interest. If you want to look at issues of gender, how do we include gender issues youth, indigenous people and local communities and private sector. Let's be free to join the group that we think we will make greater input in it. So I can give 2 minutes to sort ourselves and move to different groups. And then from there, I will start counting my 20 minutes. Thank you. I need to see movement. And to my fellow leg members, let's ensure that each group has at least one leg member.
And virtual participant can utilize the given link and provide your response through this link and just send to us. That will be also good. Thank you very much.
I'm starting my 20 minutes, but I still see some colleagues who are not next to a flip chart. Okay, at 16:40 we reconvene. Good luck, thank you.
Colleagues, we still have 1 minute. 1 more minute. Okay, some colleagues say that we need to give more chance to discuss more, so 2 more minutes then. Colleagues, time is up, so we can resume for reporting back now, so that it will be bringing us to conclude our work quickly at 5 o'clock rather than 6 o'clock. So with that, let me invite the first group who discussed about gender and NAPS. So gender group, please report back your result of discussion. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. And reporting back on gender, and appreciation to my team and our facilitator, our chair, who was very good at bringing us together. Yeah, on the first question, effective participation, one, gender goes beyond women, and there's need to recognize that. Two, there is significance in recognizing the roles of men and women, and putting together stakeholder engagement mechanisms that align with these roles is very critical. And then two, the aspect of gender sensitive planning, and then the budgeting. And then three, we need to have innovative tools that allow intentional engagement, recognizing the structural barriers and the gender roles. Of course, examples could run from PRA tools. We have examples on Pamoja tool used in Uganda, but also there were specific examples of disaggregated consultations. And this also brings in the issue of disaggregated data that is important. And then on the second part of it, so what key activities should a NAP implementation strategy include? One, we say that gender and distribution mapping is very important. How do you ensure that, you must ensure that you know all the stakeholders, you know the landscape, who is involved, what their needs are, and that, I think that will be critical in the implementation process. But also having an MRV system, or you call it M&E, that allows for you to track and ensure that what you've put in the plan, and a disclaimer, the question is a bit tricky here. We say once you do the right planning, then you have everything that you need for implementation. So what is missing here is an M&E framework or system that can allow you to check. But what shows, again, you must have indicators in the implementation strategy. If you don't have indicators, then I think you're not able to verify that you're actually implementing the gender plans or the strategies that you've outlined. And then critical also is to assign responsibilities to the different stakeholders who should be able to oversee the implementation of what has been included in the plans. Yeah, but to sum up and to say, planning is not enough. It is critical. It is the beginning stage, but also the budgeting is important. Chair? Good, all right.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that very good discussion and also presentation on behalf of your group. And next, let me invite youth group to present your result.
Good day, everyone. Hello. So from the youth perspective for question number 1, we would have spoken about engaging in national youth climate networks. These networks would feed into technical support in climate change generally, but it would also add the youth perspective, not just the climate change policy side, but specifically to the national adaptation planning side as well. Mechanisms should be in place to hold the government accountable towards ensuring that answers are provided, insights are provided towards the youth and the concerns or questions or input that they do have. And then lastly, having some kind of youth programs engaged. Some examples given were climate change youth conferences, as well as climate change youth ambassadorships that would ensure that youth have the opportunity to be further engaged in the space, but also learn as to what these policies and plans are going to entail and how they can contribute to them moving forward. With respect to question number 2, we discussed ensuring youth participation to allow a knowledge exchange. So contributions would be ongoing. They should include cross-sectoral climate change approaches that establish a link in GGA. So more specifically, we mentioned water conservation, agriculture, and education in particular, just as some examples, but ensuring that there are some activities that you can participate in relative to these under the GGA. 2 other points, we mentioned that data should be disaggregated by gender and age. And lastly, that there should also be a needs assessment to address capacity gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your reporting back from youth involvement in the NAP process, linking this to global goal adaptation as well. It's very much appreciated. And next, I would like to invite a group who is working on indigenous peoples.
Hello. Yeah. Almost sleepy, but we'll try our best to share what we have discussed in our group. So we try to be straightforward looking at the questions. So for question number 1, we look at effective participation of indigenous peoples, where we highlighted some of the challenges, like for example, the challenge of participating, the challenge of our participation, which is often there's a barrier in terms of language. But to be able to address that, we look at more innovative ways of participation in those processes. And we also consider looking at our cultural context to be able to provide necessary content and to be able to participate. And of course, we also highlighted that there should be timely communications that should reach our communities to be able to have proper preparation of the agenda. And because we have some internal processes that needs to be considered in our respective contexts and communities. And there was also a mention of an issue to address coordination that will involve that involves usually the government processes and other institutions, and that needs to be addressed as well, as there are bureaucracies that are not within the control of indigenous communities. But in this way, it will also help us deal with duties and responsibilities of governments and their accountability to have this inclusive and practice of and more inclusive and facilitate partnership, inclusive and facilitate partnership between indigenous communities and other institutions. And as we provide informed decision making, like our free, prior, and informed consent, there has to be a good assessment or diagnosis of the situation or the context of the communities. And one way to address that is to also provide a legal framework that will facilitate co-creation of NAPs So we will be avoiding working in silos. At least we have to establish protocols for consultation and engagement. And another point that was raised here is an example from the Philippines, which already mentioned by Grace, where we have this IPBs hub that has been developed, and also the example of Brazil, where they were able to develop their NAPs, showing a more dynamic process, and not only the visualization of these NAPs, but actually incorporating their cultural context. There was also a question of resource mobilization, which often is the challenge for us, indigenous peoples and local communities. And one of the good practices that has been mentioned is the pooling of resources. Usually it comes from the support from other networks that involves other non-government organizations, some individuals, and supportive donors. And again, this is a good practice to replicate in order to generate support. Another thing is, in terms of representation in accessing these finance mechanisms, there was also an issue that was raised because, of course, there are competing needs of all these competing needs in terms of accessing all this finance. So again, we have to consider that there are some selection process that are also being done within the context of indigenous peoples, just to be able to maximize the spaces that they're trying to be part of. And for the key activities, again, we just want to emphasize again the need for capacity building, the need for information systems that will reflect relevant and appropriate indicators of how these NAPs are being implemented, aside from being formulated. And also, there's an emphasis on developing NAPs that is also appropriate in the timing of implementation, and at the same time, in terms of the content, there has to be a consideration of multi-dimensions of and yes, again, in terms of recognition, we look forward to mainstreaming all these activities or plans in the NAPs, and that the process of NAPs development should be able to capture the reach and innovative ways of indigenous peoples and local communities in terms of how they would be able to adapt to these climate impacts and issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your reporting back. That's very useful for us to move forward by engaging indigenous people and local communities to be part of the process. And lastly, I would like to invite private sector group to report back. And then, of course, online later on, I will address this as well.
Thank you, Chair. We discussed most on the first question than the second one, but we identified some instruments that we think are relevant for this national and subnational engaging or need to support this private sector engagement. First of all, we discussed about the climate change laws that are relevant, but they do not always reflect or engage all the stakeholders and do not always reflect the needs of all the stakeholders. They work as a general framework, but not as a reflex of these needs from the stakeholders. We also talk about the monitoring and evaluation processes that are really important, but if we do not have well built, we just have a list of wishes both for the NAPs and for the NDCs. So monitoring and evaluation, it's one of the most important things. Engaging the private sector from an anticipatory approach would be ideal, specifically about adaptation measures. And one component is to develop workshops with the private sector to understand them directly or collect information directly of what their needs are and work on them adequately. It is not just about the narrative, it's also about providing incentives for the private sector, for example, taxes, benefits, or other type of mechanism to foster private sector engagement, but building trust between the government and the private companies. It's not just about the narrative, but it's also about how we engage them, understanding what their needs are. We have one case from Egypt that we discuss about the councils, both for national and subnational level, that involve the private sector collecting information and making informed decisions. And we also discuss the relevance of reaching out existing associations and approach them as a group, because we have a lot of irregular private individuals, and it is mandatory for us to approach them as a group. So work with this type of associations would be ideal. And one that we discussed not so much, but it is important, that is the insurance of adaptation actions with a great question mark, because we are not sure or entirely sure how to approach that, but it is important to do it when we talk about the private sector. And finally, for the second questions about the aligning with the global goal on adaptation, we think that it's relevant to use adaptation measures to engage the private sector, not just talking about risk, focusing on the negatives, as we previously discussed here in the...
It will be part of our report later on. And finally, we also received inputs from online participants. So can you also provide a round of applause for this? So it will be also good input for us. Please provide a round of applause again. And for those, let me conclude by saying that to formulate and to implement the NAPs, we need to engage all related stakeholders, young people, local communities, indigenous people, youth, gender, disabled people, and private sector as well, and all. So by having those stakeholders, we may move quickly to finalize the NAP formulation and implement in a proper manner, so that increasing the resilience will be taking place and reduce vulnerability. Those are the objectives of the NAPs. So once again, thank you very much for your productive discussions, and these are quite useful to move forward. Colleagues, let me invite the Secretariat, Mr. Paul, to come up with some sort of reflections and how to move forward from here. Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. If I could share my screen, please. Is it showing? Okay, thank you, Chair, and I will not attempt to summarize all the very interesting reactions and inputs throughout the day, but I did capture a few notes that perhaps are worth noting for now, and then we'll go through our notes and then carefully summarize all the inputs we've received from parties, and then the leg will reflect on those in terms of how to address them. But thank you very much in advance for the tremendous high-quality inputs that we've received during this. So let me go through this. So first, we'll go through and then pick some interesting quotable quotes, and two that I picked up immediately was from the SBI chair that talked about the notion that adaptation is not optional. And then from the COP30 incoming presidency, that adaptation is a global concern. No country is immune to the climate crisis, and all nations must enhance their capacity to adapt. But we'll go through, we had a lot of interesting insights from pretty much everybody that spoke, and then we'll try to build on that going forward. We had a discussion about what some of the essential projects could be that could be included in the NAP. I think the issue of capacity building was quite well made, so perhaps that's an important activity to include in the NAP as one of the priority projects, building on the support that's available through the GCF readiness funding. Second is the issue of development and deployment of MEL systems, including support for learning platforms as an important part of pretty much every country's NAP. Third is how to use the GCF readiness support for maintaining the process in an ongoing manner to support regular submission of the plans and its implementation, including capacity building, awareness, and so forth, including the issues related to deploying additional financing modalities beyond the financial mechanism, and the issue of how to access the philanthropies more easily and more usefully was raised as an example of an area that could benefit from additional work. The dimensional targets do point towards the multi-hazard early warning systems by 2027, and also the issue of climate information services. So it does make sense to have a component of this in every NAP. And lastly, the point that was made just a few minutes ago about the need perhaps to have projects dedicated to each of the major stakeholder groups, such as the youth or IPs and so forth, to facilitate the engagement in the NAP process going forward and implementing the adaptation needs. So that could be perhaps one recommendation that could be made, that it's valuable to have a piece of something in the NAP that addresses the major stakeholder groups. And then topics for supplementary technical materials. There's quite a lot of topics, but perhaps some of these include development and application of the climate change scenarios, as well as related socioeconomic scenarios, of course, at the national and local levels related to the different temperature increases. How to expand on articulating the benefits and values of adaptation versus focusing on the negatives, which were the vulnerabilities and risks, which indirectly discourage investment and the role of youth, of vulnerability and risk information in the broader context in terms of processes that do require vulnerability and risk, such as credit ratings for countries and so on. Something on taxonomies and language used and the presentation of the case for adaptation to the different communities and stakeholder groups. Private sector was mentioned quite a few times, as well as philanthropies and so on. Issue of communications, how to improve communication of values and benefits of adaptation, but as well as the cost of inaction. And some examples were given about some of the work that has been produced that could be helpful in that regard. One thing we didn't refer to is a case study that the LEG has been conducting in parallel to developing and updating the guidelines, was to actually apply the guidelines to a country to see almost like a proof of concept, and then to tease out, to streamline the process a lot more. So that case study will be published along with the guidelines online, available to other parties, to some of the experiences that emerged from that. Also, although this wasn't directly mentioned, but of course we have a large number of supplements to the first guidelines, and the LEG will go through that with the authors to see perhaps what needs to be updated, upgraded, and maybe build on experiences thus far. There also was some ideas about providing navigation to the broader we capitalize on the very rich inputs that we've received. And thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much all for that reflections and addressing some key issues as takeaway from our discussions that will be helping us to use these guidelines by developing countries to start up their NAP formulation and NAP implementation. Colleagues, I could say that we have had a rich day of dialogue, insight, and forward-looking exchanges. Your contributions will help ensure the updated NAP technical guidelines serve as a strong, practical tool for advancing adaptation globally. So on behalf of the LEG, I would like to thank you for your very active participation during the day. I wish you all the best with your remaining time in Panama and safe travels back home. This session on the consultation to present the updated technical guidelines to parties is now concluded and closed. So once again, thank you very much.
not to reopen the meeting, but we have the group photo that we're going to share with all of you. So I was trying to show it on screen. There it is. Thank you.
Please enjoy your photo, your video.